Hi, Mary Fain here with a few well-chosen guests and I trust well-chosen words. Our first guest this evening or this afternoon is young conductor David Allen Miller. He was the Los Angeles Philharmonic's assistant conductor, and he was catapulted to instant fame, as they say, when at the drop of a hat, or more accurately, the drop of Andre Previn's baton, Miller had to go on at last-minute notice because of the illness of Previn, and he got some fantastic reviews from Martin Bernheimer, which, as anyone can tell you, is not that easy to do. The next voice you hear, Mary Fain. Was the orchestra cooperative? I know what your answer is going to be.
They're beautiful. I love this orchestra. And, you know, I remember last year was the first year that I worked with the Philharmonic, and a lot of times I would be asked, what's the difference between the Philharmonic and conducting, you know, kids and great professionals and a world-class orchestra?
As a matter of fact, I think I asked you that the last time.
You may have asked me that. Yes. And I must say again that the similarities are greater than the differences. And, you know, the level of playing is, the two levels are altogether different, but the problems are the same, and the strengths are the same, and the players' attitudes are the same. You know, whether they're 14-year-old kids who've never played Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, or they're people who've sat in a section for 35 years, these people love to play, and they're wonderful, wonderful musicians, and they care about every note they play, and they just love to make music, and we had a great time, I think. And I just got nothing but unqualified support. A little bit of advice I got from everybody.
What kinds of things?
Everything from, could you give us a little bit more of a cue there, or this isn't quite as clear as it could be, to the stud on your shirt should be up on the top buttonhole instead of the bottom buttonhole. But it was all said in such a positive framework that I enjoyed every bit of it.
Oh, was the placement of the stud essential so they can tell you your downbeat when it passes that stud?
It was very funny. Mark Baranoff, one of the most wonderful violinists in the orchestra, came up to me very seriously. His sense of humor is very wonderful. And he said very seriously, "I have only one suggestion for you, David." And I thought to myself, oh no, here goes somebody else telling me I'm going too slowly or too clear. He said, "The bottom stud should be in the top buttonhole." So I thought that was very funny. It was the best advice I got all week. But one of the things I love about this orchestra is that I learn a great deal from every bit they tell me. They're very wise. And it's always well-placed criticism or advice. That was conductor David Allen Miller. We might as well get all the conductors out of the way at one time. Here's the next one. It's not a bad interview. Bit silly, the introduction, I think, but I'm responsible for that, after all. Visiting our studios this evening is a conductor whose name I have mispronounced on many occasions. I'm going to let him say his name correctly.
Good evening. My name is William Boughton.
Boughton, okay.
Yes.
You were saying earlier that the English are worse at mispronouncing your name than the Americans are?
Yes, I get wonderful mispronunciations. I mean, anything from Boughton to Buffton. It's quite incredible.
When you were growing up, did you have the same problem?
Yes, yes, all the time.
What was your nickname?
Willie.
Willie? You've outgrown that, I trust.
I have, yes.
And you've grown into a very significant music director position with the English String Orchestra, and many of the releases of that orchestra have been making the charts in this country and in England as well. When most people are aiming for a conducting career, they tend to gravitate to the large orchestra, and you seem to have deliberately eschewed, at least for a long while, that option, and to concentrate on a small, almost chamber group. Why is that?
Well, one has to go right back to the very beginning, really. But in 1980, the BBC, in its great wisdom, decided to disband 5 of its orchestras. One of those orchestras was the BBC Orchestra in Birmingham, which meant really that there were probably something like 130 to 200 musicians overnight out of work. Now, there was an obvious need for employment there, but not just employment for the sake of employment. It had always been a dream of mine to form an orchestra that specialized in string orchestra music of the English Renaissance period. So here was an opportunity that presented itself on a plate, really.
Could you clarify English Renaissance? What dates are you talking?
Well, really the end of the last century, through to about the beginning of the Second World War.
And
almost.
this was a body of music that, in this country at least, was not very well known until
That's right.
until maybe the past half dozen years or so.
Hmm. Well, in fact, it wasn't particularly well known in England
Oh,
either.
really?
No. I mean, people like Parry, Stanford, Finzi, those sort of people weren't particularly well known. One's always heard of the Elgars and the Vaughan Williamses, of course. And Elgar is perhaps the greatest English composer of that period. But there was a wealth of repertoire there to be performed, recorded, studied, whatever you want to do with it, which was being ignored.
How did you come across the repertoire?
I come from a musical family. My father was a viola player, my mother was a singer, and my grandfather was a composer of that particular period. So I grew up with it.
What's the size of the English string orchestra?
The basic size of it is 21 players, which is broken down into 7 first violins, 6 second violins, 3 violas, 3 cellos, 2 basses. But it expands up to 40, 45 players, string players, when we're doing things like the Schoenberg Verkleid in Act and the Tippett Concerto for Double String Orchestra. And now we're actually beginning to bring in more wind players to also broaden that repertoire, like the Butterworth Shropshire Lad recording.
I can see you are becoming corrupted when you... First thing you know, you'll have a harp in it. And
No. The English String Orchestra is a specialist orchestra which will always remain as a specialist orchestra.
I'll drink to that. You notice that I didn't take exception to Boughton's characterizing Elgar as the greatest English composer of that particular period. That's because I agree with him, mostly. The next interview, also with an English person, this an English woman, English-trained, English-born, but her career is made in this country. She's the actress Carol Shelley, who appeared in Los Angeles as the mother, Kate, in Neil Simon's play Brighton Beach Memoirs. And I think this is the most fun I have ever had in any interview. You mentioned earlier that you are a classically trained actress, which means you have a lot of Shakespeare under your belt, at least in
Shakespeare
England.
and Moliere
And Chekhov.
and Chekhov.
yeah.
And yes,
Have
all
you
of those
done
things.
Have you done those playwrights in this country? Or?
More here than I ever did in England.
I see.
Yes, I'd already been. It's now going to turn into a pun pigeonholed in England as the ingenue's funny friend. Because in England in those days, unless you were a raving beauty, you couldn't be the ingenue. So if you were a little bit plainer, like me, you could be her funny friend.
I see.
So that was what I was going to be for the rest of my life until I got to America. And then
Who would Portia's funny friend have been?
Nerissa. If I had been playing it, now I can play Portia.
That's stretching comedic roles a little bit much to think of her as a funny friend. I would say.
I'm
Yeah,
being
I know,
facetious.
of course,
You know,
of
I'm
course.
generalizing to
Yes.
make a point.
As we
I
talk-
wasn't even allowed into Shakespeare in those days in England. Oh, it was
Why?
something that I would never have dreamed of attempting because I'd already been told what I was. So you stuck to it. I mean, now times have changed. I haven't worked there since I moved here, which is now 24 years. I've never worked there.
Obviously, though, you do retain your English accent, and
If they pay me enough, I can keep it, and if they pay me more, I can lose it.
How much are they paying you to lose it as Kate? Because when I saw the show, I didn't have the vaguest idea you were from England.
I'm delighted to hear you say, Mary.
Give us some lines in a non-English accent.
Oh, now you're asking. I'd have to quote from the play
Go
because I'll
ahead.
tell you, it's the syntax that gives me away. This was the hardest play I think I've ever had to learn because the grammar is so bad. I would get the line right and I'd reverse the grammar to make it a correct sentence.
When
but
you
of
say the grammar is bad, you mean in the character.
in the vernacular of
Right.
Brighton Beach.
Right.
But if you live in New York long enough, that sound is in your ears.
Can you imitate it if you have to? If you get into a knockdown drag out with someone on the subway, can you talk like this just to show?
Sure, I
Yeah.
could talk like that. That's not the hard part. The hard part is putting the
it's punching them.
sounds together and making the words come out in the vernacular.
You're doing very good.
Hey, thanks. Come on,
Give me a break.
give me a break. Huh? Get out of here.
Excellent.
Did I pass?
Portia's funny
Thank
friend.
you so much. I'm awfully glad that I amused you.
On stage and off. Didn't that go swimmingly? The next interview is also about swimming, a different kind entirely. My criticism about the following interview, at least my role in it, is that I sound too, how shall I say, steely-eyed sympathetic. The Barbara Wawa technique, and I don't like it, but that's what came out. You appear to me to be a person of the theater the last thing connected with would be success. And yet you have become phenomenally successful through swimming to Cambodia. How did you feel about it when it happened?
Well, I've really become successful through the film of Swimming to Cambodia. And when what happened?
When the success struck you.
Well, it's striking me every day, and I'm having
Granted,
a real problem with it.
But when it first came, when you first realized that that despite your iconoclasm, despite your insistence on being Spalding Gray and no one else, by God, you were making it. And people accepted you, or at least claimed to. What's your reaction to that?
That came in degrees, thank goodness. I mean, it's like it wasn't as though I looked in the mirror and I turned gray overnight.
You've been gray all along, Spalding, right?
It's been coming in degrees, you know, and you know, I'm not on the cover of Time magazine. And when I am, I'll know I'm doing something wrong. That's when it's time to retire, because I still feel definitely on the edges, on many different edges, on the periphery of our culture. I'm not a popularist. I'm amazed at the success of the film Swimming to Cambodia. Mm-hmm. It's not playing in supermarkets, shopping centers, and I wouldn't expect it to, but it is played in a number of different theaters in the United States and been very well received. And I think because it was a minimalist film. It was a film that came at the right time because of a lot of political reasons, because certainly of the Contra problems in Nicaragua, paralleling a lot of the stories in there, but also because it was a wonderful, well-directed, low-budget film that was so minimal and so wonderfully direct and clear. In the middle of Ishtar, it blazed.
I just realized, listening to the playback of that interview, that it isn't my intensity that disturbs me. It's my incoherence. I don't like that at all. Next, I'll be talking with the cellist Lynn Harrell. Something that's always interested me is, how do our star performers, the often recorded ones, feel when they listen to a playback of their own work?
Sometimes I'm listening to a radio driving along in my car, and there's a cello playing, and I think, geez, that's wonderful. Who's that? And then, you know, there's a string sound or a fingering that I notice as a cellist that I think, oh, I think that, yeah, that's a fingering I use. Mm-hmm. And then I realize it's me, and then suddenly it gets worse and worse. I try to hold it up there. There's no helping myself.
Funny, I have a similar response. I'll be driving along in a car listening to a cello, and I say, gosh, that's wonderful. And it turns out to be Lynn Harrell. Quite often.
But it's so interesting. It's because it's oneself. And that experience of hearing myself without knowing it's myself is, for a few moments, I can listen like anyone else, and then I can really enjoy it.
And I hope that all of you are enjoying this tape. I kind of am. The last interview, Vladimir Ashkenazy on conducting.
Being a conductor, which I know has a special glamour in the eyes of many people, did not attract me.
Oh, it's actually a very arduous profession.
Well, of course.
Extremely
Well, if
difficult.
you take things seriously, everything is difficult.
That's true. Are we taking this interview seriously?
I am.
Well, is it difficult?
Difficult. Yes, because if you want to answer questions honestly and with certain validity, you have to choose the words, and that's difficult.
I apologize. I am teasing you just a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, you see, I took that
sorry.
seriously too. Some people criticize me a lot for being too serious in life, generally, and I accept it. So I try to be not too serious sometimes, but it's very difficult.
Some of us don't find it difficult at all. Hello again, Mary Fain at the end of the tape. I hope I'll hear from you soon. Thanks for listening. Good evening, and welcome to another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. A look at the arts in Southern California, highlighting the diverse activities of the Los Angeles Music Center. I'm Mary Fain, your host for the next hour, and I'll be back in just a moment with my lineup of guests for this evening. But first, a word from AT&T, the right choice. This evening we'll be talking with flutists John Fonville and Anne LaBerge. We'll talk with Gary Davis of the California Music Theater and also with the cellist Lynn Harrell. The National Flute Association is having its 16th annual convention in a couple of weeks. From August 18th to the 21st down in San Diego, there'll be 2,000 flutists or thereabouts. And that's just the participants. There'll also be a lot of audience people who like the flute, and I'm one of them. I don't know if I'll get down there. If I do get down there, two of the first people I will say hello to are our guests of the evening, flutist composers Anne LaBerge and John Fonville. Welcome to the studios.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell me a bit about yourselves. Anne, why don't we start with you?
Presently, I'm living in Los Angeles and working as a flutist composer. I'm not actually performing a lot in Los Angeles at this time, but I'm doing more national touring.
When did you start playing the flute? How old were you?
I was 10, and the band program in Minnesota was a very highly regarded program, so my parents stuck a flute in my hand and sent me to band.
And that was it?
That was it.
It was a long-lasting love for you.
Yeah.
How about you, John? How did you start?
Well, in the 4th grade, I saw this picture, the patriotic picture of the fife and drum, and when we were asked if we wanted to play in the band, I just pointed to the picture. And
did you want a bandage around your head?
No, that
was
came
the drummer.
later.
Was that the drummer? Actually,
No.
the one with the bandage around his head?
I think so.
Yeah. And you didn't want to be him.
No.
Tell us about what goes on at flute conventions in general, and this one in particular.
I've been to quite a few flute conventions, and it's like the state fair of the flute. There's a enormous room in one of the ballrooms, usually the largest, or usually it's also called the exhibit rooms, in hotels that are divided up for the industry to display all of their wares, which includes all of the, I would say, all of the flutes that are ever presently made
so it's
on display.
It's not just a performing and lectures thing. It's also a chance for flute manufacturers. And
yeah,
things
in fact, it's a very big deal for the industry.
I see.
The flute industry. There's also 2 or 3 major competitions and some other small competitions for different age groups and different types of music and different types of musicians going on at the convention. And then there are days and days of concerts and panels.
And who are these 2,000 people, and where do they come from?
Well, they're from all over the world and from every age bracket. There's a number of professionals who come, but there are also a number of amateurs. Among the professionals, there will be people from Europe and Japan, especially the Pacific Rim this year will be featured. Flutists from China, New Zealand, Japan, California.
Are teaching methods or performing methods different in Pacific countries, in Pacific Rim countries? Do we all sound the same these days?
There is an international style, which presumably comes from the French tradition. And yes, there are very similar methods, unless you're talking about ethnic flutes.
No.
But,
well, will there be ethnic
oh yes,
flute?
there will be a
That
number
will
of
be there too?
concerts with ethnic flutes.
Yeah, that's one of the most exciting aspects of this convention is that there'll be composer performers and there'll be ethnic musicians who are bringing their own work.
Will you be represented as composers, the two of you, as well as flutists?
Yes.
You will.
There's a concert that we are putting together, John and I have been putting together, I think, for the last year.
Yes.
There'll be 2 Europeans coming who are also composer-performers playing their own work, one New Yorker named Robert Dick, and John and I presenting our own work on this concert on Friday.
At some point when reading over your biographies, and I'm sorry I've forgotten which one of you, is particularly interested in new devices, but new methods of making sounds on the flute.
Well, we all are. In this particular concert, it will feature those of us from around the world who have devoted the better part of our careers to this, the new techniques and developing a new language.
Is there a standard notation for all this language, or do you make it up at this point as you go along?
We research each other's notation, and there's some conventional solutions at this point, but if the conventional solutions aren't working, everyone is immediately willing to change them. So there is no standardization of the notation. except that we derive it all from conventional notation
You do?
still,
Hmm.
in order so that people can understand.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So, how do you go about researching differences in notation language? What do you do? Say you've come up with a sound which you have never heard before. You figure out the way you want to say it or the way you want to write it down, and then you make telephone calls and
Well, at breakfast, John and I were talking about how video would be the best solution for
Indeed.
some of these notations.
Yeah, really it would.
Because some of it's
Yeah.
about just moving your fingers,
Mm-hmm.
not and the sort of sounds that come out of moving your fingers.
Or blowing in an untraditional way, which
Yeah.
is very difficult to notate.
I was thinking more of that, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Why don't you tell us some of the performer composers or just performers who will be coming to this convention?
The two Europeans that I spoke about that are the composer-performers on the concert on Friday are Istvan Matus from Hungary and Jos Schwanenberg from Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a woman named Marielena Arzipe from Mexico. And actually, Mario Davidovsky was originally from Argentina, he's having a piece premiered. He's been in New York for many years.
Mm-hmm.
And he was commissioned for this convention to write a piece.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a group of Japanese flutists and a group of Chinese flutists who are coming because there was a group of American flutists that went over to China on a mission of goodwill
An
this last
exchange.
year, an exchange, yeah. And so they'll be returning with some newly discovered talent and ethnic sounds.
From England, there'll be Geoffrey Gilbert, and from Japan, Hiroshi Ayakoi, and from Greece, Yannis Grammatis.
Mm-hmm. And in America, I know that Dario Anthony Dwyer will be here too. And who
Francis Blaisdell and Louise DeTullio.
California, not only.
Well,
Yes.
the locals, yeah, Sheridan Stokes, David Shostak, people that the California audience knows.
Mm-hmm. We are talking about the 16th convention of the National Flute Association, taking place the 18th through the 21st of this month, down at San Diego's Convention and Performing Arts Center. You mentioned a concert on Friday night, but that is not surely the only concert going on. There'll be concerts all through the days. There'll be participatory workshops, including some in flute repair. There's something we all need to know. Alexander technique as well. All kinds of things going on. Flute audience participation events as well. So anyone interested, go down, pick up a pass at the Convention and Performing Arts Center, and tootle away. We've been talking this evening with John Fonville and Anne LaBerge, and thank you both very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to stop for a moment and listen to some music for flute. The last two movements of a sonata for flute and piano by Philippe Gaubert. The flutist was Carol Winsence, the pianist Andras Schiff. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain with more guests and more music coming up right after this. California Music Theater is putting on right now, even as we speak, a revival of Gershwin's Strike Up the Band, a musical which contains, well, I'll mention the songs later. I'm sure everyone listening knows at least 3 of the songs in that show. And the neat thing about this production is that people all over the area will be given a chance to see it. It's playing now at Pasadena Civic Auditorium, then it moves to the Orange County Performing Arts Center, and it ends at the end of August in through mid-September at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. And visiting the studios this evening is the man who is the artistic director of California Music Theater, as well as director of this particular presentation. His name is Gary Davis, and welcome to the studios.
My pleasure.
How did you get involved with Strike Up the Band? I understand that there's some new material that you've discovered for it.
Well, there is some material that was missing for 60 years.
Really?
That was unearthed in what is commonly referred to as the Secaucus find of 1984. Where they discovered that there was a warehouse in Secaucus, New Jersey, that housed all kinds of sheet music that people had forgotten existed. And among that were some original songs from the 1927 version of Strike Up the Band, which had become lost.
When you say sheet music, do you mean published sheet music or just
No,
manuscripts?
manuscripts.
I see.
Right.
And the Gershwin's joint efforts among them.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the great songs in this?
Well,
You have 5 minutes.
obviously, Strike Up the Band,
Right.
which has become the UCLA fight song in the last few years. I've Got a Crush on You.
Mm-hmm.
And although officially, if you follow the story of the song, it never really appeared in a musical because it was used in the very brief 1927 tryout in Philadelphia, Strike Up the Band. We're including The Man I Love
I was wondering how that got there.
as part of the show. There's a lovely, very haunting melody called "Soon," which people may not recognize when they hear the name, but the minute they hear the melody, it really sticks with them. In fact, that's the one that people seem to be really humming when they're still walking out of the theater.
Can you hum it for us?
Soon, da 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 da. Very kind of haunting lyrical thing. That's
I don't know
just
that
it started out. Also, an interesting story. Started out as 4 bars in the Act 1 Finiletto, and someone said to George and Ira Gershwin, "You ought to turn that into a real song." And so they went back and created a solo, which then became a duet for the ingenue and the juvenile leads.
How long has it been since Strike Up the Band has been put on in Southern California?
It's never appeared on the West Coast.
Never at all?
This is a West Coast premiere. It has a very interesting history. The show originated in 1927, and as I mentioned, never got past the tryouts in Philadelphia. And it wasn't because it was not critically accepted, but audiences really were kind of taken aback by the theme. It's a very anti-war piece. It really is an indictment, and perhaps the original indictment of the military-industrial complex in the United States. And of course, in 1927, it was a rather lighthearted era still. You know, that's the same year that Babe Ruth hit his 60 home runs, and you think of it as the Flappers and the Roaring Twenties and so on. And here, 9 years after what then was called the Great War, they didn't know they were supposed to put numbers on them yet, of course, is an indictment of war. And people, I think, were not really in the mood to hear that just yet. They didn't want to be told that there were such things as political excesses or patriotic excesses, or that there was the possibility of any kind of connection between business and government that might be in any way controlling their lives. And those basically are the themes of Strike Up the Band. So they closed the show in Philadelphia. They felt that it wasn't going to work and people were going to stay away, even though they did get very good responses from the critics. In 1930, Maury Riskin came in and rewrote George Kaufman's original book, softening the plot. And originally, the United States goes to war with Switzerland over cheese. That's the theme. There's a tariff placed on Swiss cheese, and the Swiss say this is unfair, so the United States declares war on Switzerland. Riskin came in, and they had a relationship, the Gershwins and Riskin and Kaufman already, and that extended into some of the popular Marx Brothers films later on as well. And Riskin came in and softened the story. He made it a war about chocolate, which somehow seems a little fluffier and a little.
I don't quite.
He also made it.
See that.
Well, the major thing he did was he made it a dream sequence. It's like the leading man kind of falls asleep and thinks, "Well, what if this happened?" As opposed to a play about this actually happening.
I see.
And somehow they felt that took the onus off it, and it ran for about 250 performances on Broadway, which was a pretty standard run then because people were churning new shows goes out
Right.
almost every.
But you're going
every
back to
year.
the original. For
We
this.
are going
Yeah.
back to the original 27.
We're going
There-
to have to sit there and grit our teeth as Swiss
Well-
cheese out of Dream Sequence becomes oh wow.
That's correct.
Oh wow.
That's correct. Well, I think people will be amazed at how timely the script still is. There are references to things happening in the government in this 1927 script that you're going to sit there and say, now come on, they must have written that today.
Really?
Surely they updated it, and we didn't. Those references were all there in the 1927 version.
So the only liberty, can you go on record as saying that the only liberty you've taken with this production is to put in The Man I Love?
Well, I don't even consider that a liberty because it was there in
Right.
the original
Okay.
1927
All right.
version. Now, I will say this. There are two songs toward the end of the play that have not been found. And so I've got a Crush on You, which was used in the 1930s version. We are putting in at that point as a replacement for two songs, which Tommy Krasker, who is the Gershwin's musical historian and is the individual who reconstructed this piece, he simply couldn't find the original music anywhere. He knows what the songs were called, and that's all he can tell you at this point. He doesn't
This is
even have
fascinating.
lyrics on
I
it.
had no idea that archivists were already at work on George Gershwin. You know, it's really fascinating.
This has been a
Yeah.
year-long project.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, people interested in Gershwin and in musical comedy will have the opportunity, as I said earlier, to see this in 3 different locations around Southern California. They'll be at the Pasadena Civic Auditorium through the 14th of this month, and on the 18th through the 24th, the Orange County Performing Arts Center, and on the 26th of August through September 11th, down to the Dorothy Chandler, or up to the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion right here in Los Angeles. This evening's guest, Gary Davis, the artistic director of California Music Theater, and the director of this particular presentation, Strike Up the Band. Thank you very much for joining us, Gary.
Thank you.
We're going to pause for a moment and listen to some music. Music dating from about 1926 by George Gershwin and recorded some 15 years or so after that by Oscar Levant. We've just been listening to the 3 preludes in a compact disc reissue. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain, and I've got another guest. I'll be talking with him right after this. Our last guest this evening is the world-class cellist Lynn Harrell, who this summer is enjoying, I trust that is appropriate.
Oh,
is it?
yes.
Oh, good. Enjoying his first summer as artistic director of the Los Angeles Philharmonic Institute, that marvelous training ground for young musicians. Welcome once again to the studio.
Thank you, Mary. Great to be here.
Tell me about your experiences with the Institute. What's it been like for you?
Well, a number of years ago, I was asked to come and give a master class for the cellists and to conduct the orchestra in a reading. And it whetted my appetite so much for this much fuller involvement that I have with them, because I, having been in orchestra myself, know deep in my bones what it's like psychologically, musically, and functionally to be a member of an orchestra. And the struggle that I had through the training of becoming a good orchestra musician, through working with James Levine and George Sell, and I played in orchestra when Stravinsky recorded with the Cleveland Orchestra, to find a way to have a really satisfying artistic life playing in an orchestra. Some of it becomes drudgery, and I did discover that there were ways around that so that it was much more exciting and vital day in, day out. And what whetted my appetite was the opportunity to pass that on to the students, because these are young professionals just on the cusp of joining symphony orchestras around the world. And it's, in a way, the last opportunity to set things right with them psychologically and in their motivation to become artists for the rest of their lives.
What kinds of things do you tell these young musicians?
I tell them that if they took the more responsibility of the total musical end product personally, so they would not only enjoy the rehearsals a great deal more, but that actually a great orchestra group, if they do that all collectively, can make the conductor be on a higher level. Orchestra players, you can ask somebody who's been in an orchestra for 35 years, what they want is to be inspired and to be swept away and to have a contact with the essence of the music's aesthetic. If a conductor comes in, he has to talk about the wrong notes, has to talk about that you're not playing together, that they miscounted bars, things that are the mistakes really of the musicians. The musician doesn't like it in the orchestra, and the conductor doesn't like to really spend time on that. It's just sort of, it's like cleaning up the room before being able to show that it's it's a wonderful interior decoration job.
How can a musician commit himself eternally to the music when he is stopped every few minutes, when a conductor has different ideas from the musician's own ideas?
Oh, I think if a conductor stops in every few minutes and gives them an idea of a musical conception, any good musician who has spent so many years on his own struggling to learn to play the instrument properly will be open to that, because there's in every orchestra musician, this profound love and commitment to the art of music making. Sometimes it's crusted over with all kinds of frustrations and bad feelings, but you can get back down into that core. And of course it's very sensitive and very jelly-like in these young students. So it's now where we can make sure they understand that that is the essence and the central part of a musical life. And if they keep hold of that and take the responsibility more, not to feel as though they're back of the section and they don't have anything to do with the musical level, but that they have a very important integral part of the musical community, then and prepare that way, a conductor doesn't have to stop for things other than subtle things that they would want to work on in chamber music or in their solo playing anyway.
It sounds to me as if you're doing a great service not only to these musicians but to the orchestras that they will eventually inhabit.
Yes, George Sell once said that good health is not contagious. Bad health, of course, and disease is contagious.
Wonderful.
But if you have a good player going into an orchestra, I think, and I feel as though I've contradicted him saying that to me 25 years ago, that is contagious. If you have one violinist who's in the middle of the back of the section and he comes to work every day just bright-eyed and really enthusiastic about working on the great music that there is, and having prepared the part and having the excitement of being able to bring this piece to life, I think the players around him will see that that is the road, a very difficult one to toe and a very demanding one, because it requires so much more input and time commitment in preparation for an orchestra musician, but that's where the fun is.
You're
at.
talking about the pebble in the pond, essentially,
Yes.
the ever-widening circles of influence,
Absolutely.
which I believe in, but is very difficult to continue to carry out. Many frustration
Yes.
involved.
Yeah, I think it is difficult. But if we take that, or I throw out a few things. Mr. Beethoven was deaf. Schubert was talking about how wonderful it was for a 75-year-old man, the cook with whom he ate at the Esterhazy's house. What a wonderful personality, and how happy he was, and he hoped that he would be that way. And he was dead 6 years later, at the age of 31. Schumann went mad. I mean, there are these problems that exist, but these people have given us this legacy of the music that has moved and changed our lives. Then what can we do to give that back would be just a mere pittance for what they gave to us.
Tell me about some of the great music that's going to be performed 1 week from tonight. Now, you will be playing with the students in a chamber music recital?
Yes, one of the things that's unique about the Los Angeles Philharmonic Institute is that the students have the chance to work almost on a daily basis with the LA Philharmonic and myself. And this is worth 10,000 words, 20 minutes of playing right next to a serious, terrific professional player is just all the difference, and that's unique in the world. We're playing the Mendelssohn Octet, and I have 2 groups scheduled. I'll be playing in both groups. This is to give many more of the string players the opportunity of working together and working with me.
Don't they find it intimidating to sit, say, the other cellist sitting next to you in the Mendelssohn?
Yes, at first, but I try to break down that barrier, because that again is what the ideal of music is, that every part has its importance.
I meant not intimidated by anything other than sitting next to you with your reputation.
Yes, I think that
How do you get them over that?
By my ebullient personality. Sometimes with certain shy people it's more difficult than others. But I learned from my experience with George Sell, who worked so hard to build the Cleveland Orchestra, but that he knew that he made musicians tense, and he knew that made them not play as well. And this was one of the great sadnesses of his life. And I knew from that experience that I wanted to get beyond that. It's a fine line to draw between being firm and disciplined enough and to show that ideal, but also to have your colleague feel relaxed enough so that he can rise to the best of his ability. That's one of the challenges of working together, and we talk about and try to promote that as part of the problems of a professional life. It's so easy to say to somebody, I don't like the way you play that, it sounds terrible, and yet that's not going to help that person play it any better. And it's sort of that communal effort that is so important in making music together.
Also on that program, let me just add the Variations on America of Charles Ives and that wonderful early Wind Serenade by Richard Strauss. And this concert, as I said, 1 week from tonight at Schoenberg Hall on the UCLA campus. This concert, like all the others in the series, is free, but it is suggested that you make reservations, and you can do so by calling area 213-206-1781. We've been talking this evening with cellist Lynn Harrell. Always a pleasure to do so. And now for music, we've got a very special treat. At the concert last month on July 8th in Schoenberg Hall, one of the offerings was the Schubert String Quintet in C major, Deutsch Listing 956. And from that concert, we've got a tape of the Scherzo movement. This is a gorgeous performance. The performers, all members of the Los Angeles Philharmonic Institute, include violinists Helen Nightingale and Darrell Koch. The violist is David Gold, and the cello section consists of Lynn Harrell and Timothy Landauer. Here's the Scherzo movement from that Schubert Quintet.
wonderfully committed and passionate performance, truly great music making, of the scherzo movement from Schubert's String Quintet in C major, Deutschlisting 956. 4 of the 5 performers, members of the Los Angeles Philharmonic Institute this summer: Helen Nightingale and Darrell Koch, violins; David Gold, viola; and Timothy Landauer, cellist; and the 5th member of the quintet, Lynn Harrell, cellist. That concert recorded last month at Schoenberg Hall, the same place where next week, 1 week from tonight at 8 o'clock, you can hear the last of this chamber music series performed by the Institute members and cellist Lynn Harrell. Also taking place 1 week from tonight, starting at 7 o'clock, another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain, the host for the show. I invite you to join me at that time. Thanks to my guests this evening, John Fonville and Anne LeBerge, Gary Davis, and Lynn Harrell. And special thanks, as always, to Betty Jo Wright. This program was sponsored by AT&T. In long-distance services, information systems, telephones, and computers, AT&T, the right choice. Good evening, and welcome to another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine, a look at the diverse activities of the Los Angeles Music Center. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be back with my guests in just a moment. But first, this word from AT&T, the right choice. My guests include David Allen Miller, the actor Spalding Gray, and the choreographer for Ice Skaters, Sarah Kawahara. And our first guest of the evening is David Allen Miller. David made headlines in the music world when he got rave reviews for his appearance on the podium of the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, October 29th through November 1st, conducting the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra. Pianist Leon Fleischer was the soloist, in a program of Prokofiev and Strauss. The reviews were of the order of A Star is Born. And here in the studios is this 26-year-old star. David, how did it feel to get up on the stage and conduct the Los Angeles Philharmonic?
Oh, it was very, very exciting, Mary. I remember I bumped into you afterwards, actually, downstairs in Rothschild's, and I'm sure I was quite beside myself with glee, because
you were beaming.
The whole week was really something like a fairy tale to me. It was such a fantastical event. It was my second week actually covering concerts for Andre Previn, and as assistant conductor with the Philharmonic, that's a lot of what I do. I sit and watch and try to be prepared on the scores so that if anything should happen to anybody in that big if world, I'll be ready to step in at the last moment. Of course, I never expected that it would happen so early in my tenure as assistant. Usually you sit and wait for 3 years and nothing ever happens, but it was week 2, and it was just a kick to be there.
When did you find out that you were to conduct Thursday night?
I found out late Tuesday night. My mother and I had gone to see King Lear down at the theater company, and fortunately I was exhausted and decided to leave at the half, which I never do, but except this once I did, and got home, and there was a message from Nancy Bell, from the orchestra manager, saying just to be on deck because Andre wasn't feeling very well and that I might have to take the Wednesday afternoon rehearsal. So, of course, I stayed up till 3 that morning, making sure that I knew what it was about, just on the chance that he really wouldn't be able to conduct, and it turned out that he wasn't.
The pieces that you conducted were Prokofiev's Piano Concerto No. 4 and Strauss's Thus Spake Zarathustra. David, how well did you know the scores for these 2 works?
Well, honestly, I had done a bit of work on the Strauss and just a little work on the Prokofiev, and since I'm commuting back and forth between New York and Los Angeles basically on a weekly basis, I still conduct the New York Youth Symphony at Carnegie Hall. So I go back and forth very often, and I'm always just one score ahead of the game. I was relieved to find that I knew the Strauss better than I thought I did, and the Prokofiev, really, I did most of my work Tuesday night, but I was sort of familiar with it.
And your first rehearsal was Wednesday, then?
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Was Fleischer there for the...
Fleischer was, and he was absolutely a love. He took me through the piece for an hour beforehand, and really, since he only does a few pieces these days, he knows that piece so well, and he knows the pitfalls so well that he was a great help. But I was pleased that it sort of came very quickly. I'm used in New York to having months and months to prepare scores, and here it was really, every moment counted, and it managed to get into my head pretty quickly.
Was the orchestra cooperative? I know what your answer is going to be.
They're beautiful. I love this orchestra. And, I remember last year was the first year that I worked with the Philharmonic, and a lot of times I would be asked, what's the difference between the Philharmonic and conducting, kids and great professionals and a world-class orchestra?
As a matter of fact, I think I asked you that the last time.
You may have asked me
here.
that.
Yes.
And I must say again that the similarities are greater than the differences. And, the level of playing is at the two levels are altogether different, but the problems are the same, and the strengths are the same, and the players' attitudes are the same. Whether they're 14-year-old kids who've never played Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, or they're people who've sat in a section for 35 years, these people love to play, and they're wonderful, wonderful musicians, and they care about every note they play, and they just love to make music, and we had a great time, I think. And I just got nothing but unqualified support. A little bit of advice I got from everybody.
What kinds of things?
Everything from, could you give us a little bit more of a cue there, or this isn't quite as clear as it could be, to the stud on your shirt should be up on the top buttonhole instead of the bottom buttonhole. But it was all said in such a positive framework that I enjoyed every bit of it.
Oh, was the placement of the stud essential so they can tell you your downbeat when it passes that
stud?
It
was very funny. Mark Baranoff, one of the most wonderful violinists in the orchestra, came up to me very seriously. His sense of humor is very wonderful. And he said very seriously, "I have only one suggestion for you, David." And I thought to myself, oh no, here goes somebody else telling me I'm going too slowly or too quickly. He said, "The bottom stud should be in the top buttonhole." So I thought that was very funny. It was the best advice I got all week. But one of the things I love about this orchestra is that I learn a great deal from every bit they tell me. They're very wise. And it's always well-placed criticism or advice. Yeah.
After Thursday night, you still had 3 more performances to go through. How did it feel to do those 3? By that time, were you an old hand? Was it a letdown?
No, I have to say that was the most interesting part of doing this. In New York, usually I'll do a concert in an outer borough, and 2 weeks later we'll do it at Carnegie, and it will be done. So we really get, a sort of dress performance and then the big performance, and it's over. And I had never been in a situation where I had to stand up and do the same very taxing program 4 nights in a row. And that was maybe the most instructive part of this experience for me, because to have the performance energy night after night with an orchestra that's played this repertoire a number of times, at least the Strauss they've played a number of times before, and to bring excitement and to bring the same kind of first time excitement to it is very, very difficult. And
was it just as much fun for you?
It was just as much fun, and it was also fun because I find that with an orchestra like this, every night they've got it so much more in their fingers that they're watching you more and more closely, and so you have to be more and more in command every night. And so since I had so little time to sort of prepare myself, every night I had my head more out of the score, so that by Saturday, a couple of players said, "Well, Sunday you're going to do the Strauss from memory." Yeah. Of course, I wouldn't dare in that situation do the Strauss from memory, but I had to they were scrutinizing me more closely, and I had to deliver more. So every day I worked more on the scores and felt better about them. So now I know them pretty well, I think, by this point. So now I won't be caught unawares on those pieces.
What has happened as a result of this debut of yours? With
I sat by the phone for a week, and the Berlin Philharmonic didn't call, and the Cleveland Orchestra didn't call. And I think that the things that are generated by this kind of experience are sort of more cumulative in their effect. Fortunately, most of the people in the music world seem to have knowledge of it, and I don't know what the long-range fallout or results will be. It's just that now more people know my name and know that I had this exciting experience in Los Angeles and that I conducted a major orchestra in subscription concerts. And I'm finding that fame in this field is a very slow-moving process, and bit by bit, more people know you, and then eventually, I guess, calls begin coming in from other orchestras. But the immediate fallout is really very slight. I mean, it's just that I feel better about Los Angeles, and maybe they feel a little better about me, and I have maybe gained the respect of some more people, and but other than that, nothing has really changed too much.
You had said earlier that in one's 20s, one is a young conductor, in one's 30s, an emerging conductor. If you haven't made it by the time you're 40, to be an established conductor, then I guess what do you do?
I don't know. I sort of maybe I agree with that assessment, and then I don't. I think other people think that you're a young conductor until you're 45, and nobody really takes you seriously as a conductor until you're 65. So I just feel like it's kind of a nice field in that whenever you develop, it's never too late to be developed. And there are conductors who are great at 30, and there are conductors who aren't great until they're 65. And I like to be on the slow track. I'm finding, I remember when I was 19 and when I first went off to New York, and I thought, oh, no problem, I'll be in New York for 3 years, and then I'll be an assistant with a major orchestra, and then I'll have my own orchestra. And it doesn't work that way, and there's a good reason for it. It's a very long road to hoe. It's a great, great world to work in.
Yeah. I really appreciate you coming down.
Well, I'm
and
delighted
talking
to
with
talk
us.
to you.
David, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you.
You too, Mary.
That was an evening hymn to God, the composer Haydn, the performers the New York Vocal Arts Ensemble, and at the keyboard is Raymond, or was Raymond Beagle. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. My name is Mary Fain, and I'll be back with my next guest right after this. Spalding Gray returns to Los Angeles in 2 weeks' time. Actually, that's not quite true. He's in Los Angeles right now preparing for an opening beginning January 6th with a run at the John Anson Ford Theater. The first 2 weeks, L.A. the Other, Conversations with. The second 2 weeks, L.A. the Other, Building a Monologue. How do you go about developing a monologue?
You know, it used to be a process of what I refer to as serendipitous synchronicity. And after every monologue was over, and many of them, most of them were like what I did this summer kind of thing. It's like I lived my life for 6 months, and then I sat down and saw the patterns and put it together in stories. I never knew really what the process was until I began recently, a year and a half ago. I was trying to take my another impossible vacation in Bali after I'd been swimming to Cambodia and Australia for 3 months, and I was really pretty exhausted, and I wanted to take a vacation. At the same time, I realized that I was playing the reporter on everything that I did in Bali. I wasn't able to really let go and just experience the place. In the morning, I would keep a journal at 6 o'clock, and I would write, and I've done this before for years with a diary, but I saw how the process was working creatively, because I would write about things that I remembered from the previous day, things that struck me, and then I'd put that aside and go out and become the liver, the actor, the person that has more being in the moment and just having the experiences, and trust, not be a note taker, trust that the residual will be the thing that's to be spoken about. And so I put it together as a puzzle, and so there's this kind of receiving part of me, or passive part, that is wide open to the information, wide open to the experiences, because I know that the note taker is there. The observer is there to save me, to make a story of it. Now, when I was doing that with the monologues, I wanted to figure out how to do it on stage and have the receiver on stage, or the passive part on stage. And that's why I started doing interviewing the audience, because that was putting the part that listens across from another person and making it a public form.
You were last on stage in Los Angeles in April earlier this year for the Tapes' 20th anniversary season. But in between that April visit and today's, for example, you've been gathering data here in Los Angeles for the first 2 weeks of your show, and that's the one called L.A. the Other, Conversations with. You've been going around gathering data, and the people that you speak to all over Los Angeles, some of them will be with you on stage at the John Anson Ford.
Yeah, I think about 50 people.
How did you determine where it was you were going to go, and what did you have any preconceptions as to what you wanted to get?
No.
So you were in the passive, what you used to call the passive phase.
I had a driver, I had an assistant. that I would call her up each day and we'd just say, where will we go today? And, you know, in the case of Los Angeles, it was very difficult. In New York, if I was doing it, I would hang out on the streets more.
Right.
But I found that we had to go to certain islands, you know, certain institutions, because you're not going to encounter anyone otherwise. So we began working through senior citizens center. Say we'd go out to Watts or a high school out in Watts or a grade school, and I'd do a workshop out there. Then we'd go to the Galleria in the valley. And, well, actually, Lynn and I, my assistant, Lynn Picayo, and I picked up about 8 wonderful Valley girls last Saturday just by wandering through the Galleria. Also, Lynn and I would be driving down the street, and she would see some kids doing skateboarding, and we'd stop and sign after watching them and seeing one that we thought, or that I thought I was interested, or both of us were. It's an intuitive process. Lynn has found people downtown. She's been very good at that. We've been down to a turnaround, acupuncture for drug addiction. It's one of the only places in the country that.
What would you talk about with these people? How would you start things going? And for instance,
really propose the project. Actually, you know, I then after they're interested, then I'll just get a little bit of information from them, because I have to tell you the way this works or doesn't work for me is out of my curiosity in front of an audience. In other words, the process of interviewing the people is getting to know them publicly.
So they have not been overly prepared or primed in any way for their appearances on stage?
Usually just get a brief kind of encounter with the people, and you can see how quickly they respond and know whether or not they're going to be lively subjects.
What you describe is enough to totally take up the day of most people I know, but I understand this isn't the only thing you've been doing since you arrived in Los Angeles. You must be a fiend for energy.
Well, I'm slowing down, but I took on a lot of projects all of a sudden, because a lot were offered, and I've been saying yes to a lot, you know, trying to be open, and I just got overloaded. But I'm trying to finish a book now for Knopf called Impossible Vacation, which is about my own Puritan guilt, the way that I complicate states of pleasure by creating my own hells. So it's an autobiographic novel, and the woman that I live with, my partner Renee Shafransky, and I are working on a feature film for Columbia Pictures, which is due March 1st, the script.
Working on it as
writers. We're writing it together. And I acted small roles in 2 feature films while in residence here. One was Stars and Bars, which should open soon, based on a book called Stars and Bars by William Boyd, directed by Pat O'Connor. And I just came back from working in Whoopi Goldberg's new film, Clara's Heart, which will probably open a year from now. And so I've been in and out of the city and trying to do all of these things at once.
You said a dizzying pace. Tell you what, let's pause for a second, listen to some music, then come back and talk some more.
Okay, sure.
Igor Stravinsky's Opus 4, Fireworks, the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra under Enrique Batis. And back once again with Spalding Gray, one of my guests on this evening's AT&T Music Center magazine. Spalding, I'd like to ask you, what did you do in the theater before you came to this unique place that you now hold? I can't think of anyone else around who's doing what you're doing today.
Oh, neither can I, thank God. I've always tried to crying for uniqueness all my life and didn't realize it. I started out and tried to be, I worked at being an actor. I was an actor. I got my equity card at the Alley Theater in Houston, Texas, and did a season there and was very unfulfilled by that. I didn't feel that the regional theater could really be avant-garde, ahead of its audience, because it was always trying to play to its audience so that they would come back and be subscribers. And I went to New York and was doing some off-Broadway work. Got involved with a production called Tom Paine that Tom O'Hagan, who had directed Hair, did off-Broadway, in which all of the people, it was an ensemble, and the people were on stage most all of the time, and not off stage, and they were playing many different characters, so that it was much more, less Stanislavskian, much more Brechtian. And I was so affected by that experience that I joined up with an underground company, the performance group directed by Richard Schechner. And out of that, I did a very long piece, a long run of Sam Shepard's Tooth of Crime, where I was playing the same character for 2 years. And I began to get bored with looking back on this. I realized I began to get bored relating to the same actors all the time. And because it was an environmental piece and the audience was moving around us like a golf match all the time, there was no fixed seating. They were as close as I am to you. I would begin doing lines out to the audience and found that the rapport with the audience was essentially more alive and more interesting for me and more changing every night than it was with my fellow actors. So I was going back and forth between the actors and actresses and the audience. And within that piece, there was a time when Richard Schechner asked me, the director asked me to just stop after I did a very long soliloquy in my leather jacket, bald head, a leather jock strap with jewels all over it, and boxing shoes. I had my head shaved, by the way, for 2 years for this role. Yeah. And well, anyway, I had to do this long soliloquy, and at the end he asked me to drop my character, you know, whatever that was. And I just felt it falling off of me, this tough guy in leathers that I'd built up and peeling like an onion until I was standing neutral in front of an audience, absolutely rested, relaxed, and ready to start all over again. And the way that I would start would to begin to do the play again. But it occurred to me somewhere in the middle of that 2-year run that I could now maybe start from myself. You know, this is all hindsight. I didn't realize it at the time. And I did start from myself, and I split off from the group with Elizabeth LeCompte, and we co-founded the Worcester Group in 1974, which was an offshoot of the performance group. We took some of the people that we'd worked with, Richard Schechner. We split off, and we did a series of pieces called 3 Places in Rhode Island, which were all based on my autobiography, but they were very abstract pieces, but they were based on real material from my life. When I walked down in that piece, and I walked right down to the audience, I did walk right down and said, "I'm Spalding Gray, and this is what happened to me." It was in that piece that that was the transformation from playing a character to saying that it was myself, and then slowly beginning to play myself.
A great liberation for you then.
Yes. Because I became an author and didn't know all my life was that's what I wanted to be. And I had been struggling as an actor, and I always had trouble learning lines. And it wasn't just because I was dyslexic. I was battling it. I was always rephrasing Sam Shepard, never getting Shakespeare right. And so I found what I had to do and wanted to do, and that was to be the performing auteur, to play myself, to be both the text and the execution of the text, the embodiment of the text.
You appear to me to be a person of the theater. The last thing connected with would be success. And yet you have become phenomenally successful through Swimming to Cambodia. How did you feel about it when it happened?
Well, I've really become successful through the film of Swimming to Cambodia. And when what happened?
When the success struck you.
Well, it's striking me every day, and I'm having a real problem with it.
But when it first came, when you first realized that despite your iconoclasm, despite your insistence on being Spalding Gray and no one else, by God, you were making it. And people accepted you, or at least claimed to. What's your reaction to that?
That came in degrees, thank goodness. I mean, it's like it wasn't as though I looked in the mirror and I turned gray overnight.
You've been gray all along, Spalding.
Right. It's been coming in degrees, and you know, I'm not on the cover of Time magazine, so I can always say, all right, I'm not on the cover of Time magazine. It's all things are relative, and when I am, I'll know I'm doing something wrong. That's when it's time to retire, because I still feel definitely on the edges, on many different edges, on the periphery of our culture. I'm not a popularist. I'm amazed at the success of the film of Swimming to Cambodia. It's not playing in supermarkets, shopping centers, and I wouldn't expect it to, but it has played in a number of different theaters in the United States and been very well received. And I think because it was a minimalist film. It was a film that came at the right time because of a lot of political reasons, because certainly of the Contra problems in Nicaragua, paralleling a lot of the stories in there, but also because it was a wonderful, well-directed, low-budget film that was so minimal and so wonderfully direct and clear. In the middle of Ishtar, it blazed.
A conversation with Spalding Gray, who opens the Taper 2's 5th season with a 4-week run beginning January 6th. at the John Anson Ford Theatre. I'm Mary Fain. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine, and I'll be back with my last guest after a little bit of music. The composer? The composer, Simone Molinaro. The piece was a passe. The composer, Simone Molinaro. The piece was a passe mezzo, and the performers were lutenist Monika Rost and guitarist Jürgen Rost. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be back with my last guest right after this. It may be evening for all of us, but it's early morning for Sarah Kawahara. Sarah is one of that sturdy band of people connected with ice skating who's been going up to the rink at Palos Verdes from about midnight to 5 a.m., or maybe longer, with Robin Cousins and Randy Gardner and Ty Babylonia and the entire Festival on Ice crew. That's the only time that they can rehearse when the rink is free, and so that's the time they're up there. The show opens tomorrow. Sarah, do you think you're going to make it?
Oh, I hope so. We're priming for it. It's an exciting time.
I should have pointed out earlier, Sarah is the choreographer for this group. And one of the things that I've been puzzling over, are there distinct styles to each of the skaters which you take into account when you create choreography, or are you more concerned with the total image of something called Festival on Ice?
Well, I am concerned with the total image of the show. As far as the direction of the company is concerned, we're really aiming towards creating an artistic venue for ice skating on the theater stage. As far as the individualistic signatures of the performers, I do try to bring out their personalities and their strengths.
As in the field of ballet, do certain steps exist for the field of figure skating? And you draw on this given heritage of steps, or do you keep making up things newly as you go along?
For skating, there is a basic vocabulary in which you draw from, and with that vocabulary you make up new paragraphs and new phrases. At times there are movements made up exclusively for the purpose of emulating a particular piece of music.
Is the vocabulary written down? And would I keep wanting to say ballet because that's the word that comes to mind.
Yes. It's very close.
And I don't mean routine exactly, although in this case it might not be inappropriate. But if you have, say, a set piece involving several dancers, is the routine written down for them?
I have a performance director who travels with the show and also performs with the show, Jamie Isley, and she has a book. She has a book that she reads, and then we also have videotapes in which the whole thing is recorded and can be studied as such.
So the videotapes then have become your printed record in a way?
Yes, I have a printed book because that's how I create it. I create it on and record it on book, because it's just, when you're doing a 2-hour show, it becomes very intricate and very layered.
Right. You were not always a choreographer. You started as a skater and still are a skater. But
Yes.
what made you switch into choreography? What was the thrust?
I was always very interested in the creating aspect of putting numbers together, and was always involved in it from the time I first started to perform professionally. And it was just a matter of growth and development,
Do you
working
choreograph?
with other people.
Do you choreograph some of your own routines now?
Yes, I have for over 10 years, I guess.
What would be a point of inspiration, a point of departure for a routine in skating? What would give you the first start? You'd see a step and you'd want to embroider it, or do you hear some music, or what?
It usually the stimulus comes through music. Sometimes it can just come from an idea, and then you look for the right music that would um, take that idea and bring it to life, and then from there bring it to life through design and movement. So it just depends on I don't know where your thought process is coming from at that time.
But usually it's a music which is definitely a
Yes,
point of inspiration.
I'm very interested in the orchestration of music, and I find that as I get more involved in the actual layers of people, because I find myself starting to work with more and more people
You mean
at one
larger
time.
ensembles? Yeah.
Yes, and it's interesting because it is like orchestrating instruments or in a physical way, and trying to make it musical.
What would you say is the most complicated routine that you have ever devised?
Presently, I would say this show that we're working on right now is the most intricately artistic show. We are able to branch out and push out the medium that much more, but trying to create pieces like a ballet piece. Those times are very few and far between, and this is one of them. So in this present show, the number that we call Music of the Night, it involves a story, and it involves operatic music from Carmina Burana. It's an abstract piece, but I would say that that's perhaps the most intricate piece we've done so far.
When did you first come across Carmina Burana?
Oh, we've wanted to do this.
Really?
My producer and I for a long time.
Oh,
We've talked
that's
about it. We've
fascinating.
just been waiting for the right moment to be able to use it.
Festival on Ice is going to open tomorrow. 6 performances only, and even as I talk, the chances are a lot of them are sold out or close to it, but it's worth a try calling. And tickets also available at the Pavilion box office itself and other Ticketmaster outlets in various places around the city. We've been talking with the choreographer of Festival on Ice. Her name is Sarah Kawahara. And Sarah, thank you very much for getting up even earlier than
Oh, that's
you
fine.
usually
Thank
would.
you, Mary.
I look forward to seeing the show.
Thank you.
Let's pause for a minute and listen to some music. Sibelius's transcription of some Finnish folk songs. The pianist here was Erik Tawastiauna. And that concludes another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. Thanks to my guests this evening, David Allen Miller, Spalding Gray, and Sarah Kawahara. I'm Mary Fain, inviting you to join us again next Friday evening at 7. This program was sponsored by AT&T. In long-distance services, information systems, telephones, and computers, AT&T, the right choice. Good evening, and welcome to another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine, a look at the diverse activities of the Los Angeles Music Center. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be back in just a moment with my guests for the evening. But first, this word from AT&T, the right choice. This evening we'll be talking with cellist Lynn Harrell. We'll find out about the Joffrey Ballet's forthcoming visit to Los Angeles from its West Coast manager, Nancy Davis. But first, visiting the KFAC studios this evening is composer John Harbison. And for the past 3 years, John has been associated with the Los Angeles Philharmonic, either as advisor for new music or composer in residence, or both. John, welcome to the studios.
Thank you.
Tonight we're going to be talking about Harold Shapiro's Symphony, which is being performed this weekend by the Los Angeles Philharmonic as part of the AT&T American Encore series. What can you tell us about this symphony?
Well, the symphony was written in the 40s when Harold Shapiro was in his 20s, one of the most precocious and powerful talents that American music has ever had. It was written at a time when the neoclassic movement in American music, that associated with Walter Piston and Irving Fine and to some degree with William Schumann and Roger Sessions, was really at its height. And a kind of Stravinskian allegiance is detectable in the music, that and a great concern with the model of the Beethoven symphonies. This was still a very powerful trend in American music at the time this piece was written. And Shapiro wrote with great facility and great mastery a number of works in his very early years, in his 20s, which are beginning to be very highly valued again today, though the aesthetic tendencies turned really against his direction very shortly thereafter.
You mean the aesthetic tendencies of
new music in
society,
general?
Yeah.
A more chromatic kind of music, more post-Schoenbergian Viennese kind of thing, really swept the American scene in the 50s and 60s, particularly as being encouraged by a number of European developments, Boulez's music and Stockhausen, and then in this country with Babbitt. So that Shapiro found himself not only against the stream, but almost out of the stream completely. And so his biography is a very curious one, in that virtually all his works date from these years, from the 40s and early 50s, and then he virtually stopped composing at that point, partly because, unlike some other composers, he really couldn't adapt his language to incorporate those trends that I just mentioned. So I think he preferred to just keep silent and wait. And then some startling things happened in recent years about tonality and a kind of revival of certain kinds of neoclassic urges, and it was a very right time, I think, for this big piece of his and others of his pieces to resurface. And they did, very much spearheaded by the Los Angeles Philharmonic performance of a year ago. And the success of that performance led Andre Previn to reschedule the piece, take it on tour, and focus on it yet again, because it seemed to all of us that it was the rediscovery of one of the major works of American music.
When did you come across it first?
Well, I saw the score of it when I was an undergraduate, 1958 or so, and I knew Shapiro's music then. He was one of my favorite composers at that time. They already weren't playing his music anymore around where I was going to school, but I was a little independent of those trends at that point anyway.
When you first began to compose, did you fall into the neoclassic bent or the post-Schoenberg bent?
Well, when I started to compose, I was definitely in the neoclassic bent, the post-Stravinsky group, and so I was.
So you found yourself old-fashioned in a sense, even when you first began.
Already, yeah. And I looked at those scores of Fine and Shapiro and earlier Arthur Berger and things that were already out of fashion. But I knew his Serenade and this symphony. They were both recorded. You for a long time you couldn't get the records, but they were. Bernstein had been interested in the music and made records of these things in the early 50s.
Oh, it's strange. As you talk, it occurs to me that Aaron Copland, who is perhaps prime figure in the neoclassic, I call it sort of romantic Americana school, that Copland has never gone out of fashion.
Well, no, he did, though.
Did he?
Yeah, when I was a graduate student, if you liked Copland, you were completely...
I see. Well, in graduate school that may be true, but I think for the country at large...
Not in the public.
Programming
not
of
in the
concerts,
public.
he was there.
But even his performances, the performances of certain works have stayed pretty steady. But his whole catalog suffered a bit of a lag in the late 50s, early 60s. But Copland also adapted the way Shapiro didn't. Copland wrote 12-note works in the 60s. And if Copland was a viable force at that point in the composition world, it was because of works like Connotations and the Piano Quartet, which are 12-tone pieces, and in which he tried to weave into his style this very powerful chromatic influence.
It's perhaps post-dinner party conversation. Why do currents go as they go? What influences are present in order to make for these strange movements in in aesthetic movements in all art fields?
It's mysterious. It's a part of a sort of offshoot of aesthetics that the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, the history of the reception of the piece, how it goes in and out, And certain composers are especially interesting from this standpoint, like Berlioz, who has to be revived every 10 years. He never comes in, he always falls out.
Yeah.
And there are other composers who go in and out in certain kinds of cycles, and it is quite mysterious. In the case of this neoclassic business, one of the striking things about it is that it was internal to the art, a very powerful movement, but the public remained somewhat resistant to even the finest products of the most chromatic kinds of Viennese music. I mean, Schoenberg never became a really popular composer, and nor did some of the composers who adopted these practices. And the works of Copland, in which he tried to assimilate this, though I encouraged Andre Previn to revive Connotations in Pittsburgh, and it was successful, but the audience doesn't love it the way they do Appalachian Spring.
What about Stravinsky's Egon? Has that also been
I think later
sort of
Stravinsky, as great as it is, and I think it's some of his greatest music, I think it also has remained outside of the mainstream.
What has become mainstream.
Yeah, it's a shame. But of course the public is, the great big public is resistant even to works of Stravinsky like the Symphony in Three Movements and Symphony in C, which are his neoclassic pieces. They would rather that he be a sort of late romantic Russian ballet composer, like the Wright and Petrushka.
Yeah.
So that one can't always really come up with a valuation. You only come up with a history of reception, as the Germans said. Copland wrote the article that introduced Shapiro to the world. He wrote an article sort of like the one that Schumann had written about Brahms, the hats off gentleman, here's a genius, or whatever it was. But it was a very big, glowing article about Shapiro. And the only reservation he had about Shapiro in that was that he seemed to be, according to Copland, too awed by the models of the past. That his work seemed to
very
be
much Brahms's problem too.
Yeah, it seemed to be too impressed by the great. And of course, Shapiro wouldn't deny that. I mean, when Shapiro talks about Beethoven, and his music also sort of talks about Beethoven, he regards him as a kind of a god, and this is why his devotion to neoclassic principles is probably more thorough than any other neoclassic composer, certainly including Stravinsky. So that when you hear the Shapiro Symphony, you're hearing a piece in which he goes like toe to toe with the models. There's no attempt to be ironic about it as Stravinsky might, or to be kind of sophisticated about it. He just goes right at it, and I think that would have been in the 50s and 60s, in those very sophisticated times, very intolerable. And now it's powerful, I think.
Well, everyone listening will have an opportunity to hear this powerful work this Sunday afternoon at 2:30 at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Andre Previn conducting the Los Angeles Philharmonic in Shapiro's Symphony for Classical Orchestra. And also on that program, Beethoven's Violin Concerto with Anna-Sophie Mutter as soloist. We've been talking this evening with John Harbison. John, thank you so much for sharing some of your ideas with us.
Pleasure.
We're going to pause for a moment and listen to some music. Bruno Walter led the Columbia Symphony Orchestra in the Opus 62 Coriolan Overture, powerful music by Beethoven. Next week, it turns out, we will be able to talk with the composer Harold Shapiro himself, and at that time, we'll also be listening to an excerpt from the symphony of his, the Symphony for Classical Orchestra, that the Philharmonic will be performing this weekend. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain. More talk and more music right after this. Coming up next Tuesday night, a recital at the Wilton Theatre by two of the superstars of today's performance world, cellist Lynn Harrell, pianist Vladimir Ashkenazy. Mr. Ashkenazy has been at the studio earlier this year. Tonight it's my pleasure to introduce, for the first time so far as I'm concerned, Lynn Harrell. Welcome, Lynn.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here.
Have you been here before?
No, I haven't.
So this is the first time for you.
Yes.
I reminded you earlier, no reason you should have remembered, that I did an interview with you years ago when I was an announcer at the classical station up in Seattle. On that day, I remember playing, while you were doing the interview, a recording of your Bach solo suites. And I think this was a recording that had recently come out.
Yes, the Bach suites I recorded between 82 and 84, I think, and then they were released in 85.
How do you feel when you listen to recordings that you made earlier? What's your reaction?
I like them when I get far enough away from them.
Mm-hmm.
When it feels like I've changed so much that that I remember sort of with a wan smile that, oh, I was very young then, very naive then. But it has happened that I've made a recording and that the first year after making it, I'm very, very pleased with it. I feel as though, well, that's a real milestone, in which case I tried then not to program that piece or those pieces because I've achieved a certain level and I have to get so that I'm not pleased with that level before I can rework it and start getting it fresh and new. When there's that middle period of sometimes only a few weeks after I've made a recording, up to 5-6 years, where I don't like them. I don't like to listen to them. I get very frustrated and cross and angry at myself. Why didn't I do this? How could I possibly have done that? And that's a very painful time, but I try to avoid it by just not listening to it. Sometimes I'm listening to a radio driving along in my car, and there's a cello playing, and I think, gee, that's wonderful. Who's that? And then, there's a string sound or a fingering that I notice as a cellist that I think, oh, I think that's a fingering I use. And then I realize it's me, and then suddenly it gets worse and worse. I try to hold it up there. There's no helping myself.
Funny, I have a similar response. I'll be driving along in a car listening to a cello, and I say, gosh, that's wonderful. And it turns out to be Lynn Harrell. Quite often.
But it's so interesting. It's because it's oneself. And that experience of hearing myself without knowing it's myself is for a few moments I can listen like anyone else, and then I can really enjoy it. But once I know it's myself, then I start listening with different ears.
That's terrible. Do you know any performer who doesn't go through this precise thing?
No, it's universal. I think the best performers have realized that the fun and the enjoyment really is in the
parties after the concert, and that's it.
Yeah, and the struggle to try to achieve a higher level. Not in an achievement, because that achievement is short-lived, because you are changing and growing, and the meaning and the philosophy of the piece of music, even what it has to say, is changing because we're different today than we were in the 60s, than society was in the 30s. And that is constantly shifting, even if it's very, very subtle and we can't put our finger on it yet. I always am aware that there's a a new article that comes out that talks about the 80s. And I think to myself, how can they talk about the 80s? Because I remember an article in 1982. But now it's 88, and now we can have an overview. And the 60s is different from the 70s, and etc. So that, I think, has a bearing on how we should play Brahms or Bach, because the greatest composers wrote timelessly, like Shakespeare. What you bring out in those great works is relevant depending on the period that you bring them out.
Right.
So.
And Opus 102 is quite different from Opus 5 of Beethoven's.
Goodness.
Which is a big stretch, you were saying earlier, a big stretch of his compositional career from the alpha to the omega, I guess.
Is it incredible, yes. From Beethoven's earliest times, earliest opuses, even the Opus 1, which Haydn was so opposed to Beethoven publishing because it probably offended Haydn.
These are the
very
trios
much.
now that
yes.
you're referring to.
But by the time Opus 5 come, he is writing in a way that had never been done for cello and piano. And stylistically, just talking of Beethoven's musical style, they really are a full step further than any of the piano sonatas up to that time.
I had been used from this point of view, hardly an objective position. Let's have an objective position from you.
Well, I think
What's
that,
the cello writing
Mary,
like?
I think that's correct. Certainly, the pianistically and the whole dynamic of those sonatas is led by the piano. But what the cello is given is so much greater in variety than had ever been done before. The cello does have some very lyrical, very string-oriented, rather than just piano transferred to cello,
Like
melodies.
Haydn.
Yeah, like Haydn would have done. And its function as an inner voice sometimes to the piano is being used for the first time. It used to be, before then, only as a bass to the piano, playing along with the left hand of the piano. And now this new flexibility of three roles, bass line, middle voice, inner voice, and then the third, the upper line, where it is being accompanied by the piano, is being done for the first time. And Beethoven's form of using only two movements, and the only slow music is in the introduction to the first movement, is where the cello does really have an equal partnership with the piano.
Yes.
And then the piano takes over, is in a way, I think, avoiding the romantic and overly ripe aspect of the cello's nature. And Beethoven avoided that all the way up to the very last sonata, Opus 102, number 2, where he writes for the first time, late in his career, a slow movement for cello and piano. And I think he avoided it because he was so classic and so clean in his approach to emotional, heart-on-sleeve qualities. And the last sonata has this marvelous slow movement, very akin to the Eroica funeral march. And its antidote is perhaps one of the most contemporary sounding pieces Beethoven ever wrote, the fugue it's for a three-voiced fugue, two of them in the piano and one for the cello.
And all of them crazy.
And absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't quite believe that everyone's playing the right notes when you play that.
I still think it's a mistake, that fugue. I think it's one of the greatest mistakes ever written.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I just
we disagree on this
Okay.
firmly. You see,
Yeah.
if the slow movement is played with a kind of total, almost overly romantic Rachmaninoff approach to it, there's an exhaustion and a wet rag kind of feeling. And then the musculature and the hardness of the fugue should act as an antidote to that.
It does indeed. It's just I'm talking about the handling of the fugue itself. It sounds more like, il distratto than it does like a worked out fugue, as if Beethoven were angry because he couldn't write a proper fugue. I mean, that's the impression that I've always gotten from that last movement.
Yes, well, he didn't write a fugue like Bach, but he didn't have much Bach to study. I don't think the...
No, but even the grosse fugue, I mean, one comes to a point of realizing that it is a Beethoven fugue, and it's glorious all the way through, but I don't think 102 quite gets there. I mean, it's, maybe another dozen listenings, and I'll say,
No, it's not on the same level as the grosse fugue. He probably was just as uncomfortable with his compositions. Actually, there's that quote to Schindler, his friend, that the hardest thing as a composer was as far as Beethoven was concerned, was to, after finishing a wonderful piece and realizing it really was great, not being able to write it again, that you had to write something new, you had to write something different, and you had to go on. And that's sometimes very lonely and awful.
I wonder how he felt when he was listening to compositions he'd written at 15. Going back over them, I wonder if
oh, he probably
if he
felt
was
that.
kinder, if he was kinder to himself than you. No,
not him. I
not
don't
Beethoven.
think.
We've been talking this evening with Lynn Harrell, who with Vladimir Ashkenazy will be giving a recital Tuesday night at 8 at the Wilton Theatre, music by Shostakovich, by Beethoven, and by Brahms. Mr. Harrell has also been appointed artistic director of the Los Angeles Philharmonic Institute for this summer and later on this year. I'd love it if you came back and talked to us about that.
Oh, I would be delighted. It's great, very exciting.
We're going to pause for a moment and listen to some music, and guess who's playing? Lynn Harrell and Vladimir Ashkenazy. In music by Beethoven, we heard the final section, the Adagio, directly into the Allegro, last movement, of the sonata in A major, opus 69. The concert that I mentioned earlier, Tuesday evening's concert with music by Beethoven, Brahms, and Shostakovich at the Wilton, will be preceded by the same program Monday night, this one down at the Civic Theatre in La Jolla, also beginning at 8 p.m. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'll be right back. The Joffrey Ballet takes up the second half of its bi-coastal residency next week here in Los Angeles, opening May 3rd at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion for a run of about 3 weeks. When the Joffrey comes to town, it's generally a joyous occurrence, but tempering that happiness this year is the death, very recent death, of one of its founders, Robert Joffrey himself. Visiting the KFAC studios this evening, a return engagement for her, as for the Joffrey, is Nancy Davis, the West Coast manager of the ballet company. Welcome again, Nancy.
Thank you, Mary. Glad to be here.
Tell us about what's in store for the company since Joffrey died. This was about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yes,
something like
that's
that.
correct.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Arpino was recently named our new artistic director. And as you know, Jerry Arpino has been with the company for many, many years. In fact, he, along with Mr. Joffrey, founded the company. He has been our associate director, and he has also been our resident choreographer. I think it's important to note that the company dances more than 40 works of Jerry's are contained within our repertoire. And this season, we are going to be reviving one of my favorite Arpino ballets, Suite Saint-Saëns, and we are also going to be doing 7 other works by Jerry. We will be doing, of course, The Clowns, which is
the perennial favorite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We will be doing more traditional pieces like Confetti and Reflections, Birthday Variations, Secret Places, and we will also be doing Round of Angels, which is set to the slow movement of Mahler's Fifth Symphony. It's a wonderful, wonderful piece, and of course the perennial favorite, Light Rain. I think it's important to point out that nobody really knows more about the company than Mr. Arpino, and I think that under his direction the Joffrey will continue to uphold the ideals set forth by Robert Joffrey.
Of course. No one expects anything else. Tell me, these ballets that you mentioned of Jerry's, these are works he has done, but you're doing several premieres as well during the Joffrey's.
Yes, we are. We are premiering, West Coast premiere will be a new piece by James Kudelka, and that is called Concerto Grosso. And this work was commissioned for the Joffrey by the Calgary Olympics Art Festival, and it had its world premiere a few months ago at the Winter Olympics. And it's a piece I'm really looking forward to seeing because I love the works of James Kudelka. He has made his name as a choreographer by his works for the National Ballet of Canada and Les Grands Ballets Canadiens, and of course for the Joffrey.
You are bringing back one of my favorite ballets, and that is Petrushka.
Yes.
This is Fokines' ballet, I believe.
Yes, it is. As you know, Mr. Joffrey felt very strongly that the Diaghilev pieces should be preserved, and preserved as they were originally presented. I think that's very important. And so Petrushka will be brought back, and the Joffrey production reconstructs the choreography of Fokine and the scenery and costumes by Benoit, along with the famous Stravinsky score. Once again, we will also be doing L'Après-midi de Fond and Le Sacre de Printemps.
And equally famous Stravinsky score.
Yes.
With those marvelous costumes and gestures.
And the wonderful scenery. And I think it's, in thinking about it, actually last fall, Sacre had its United States premiere here at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, because that piece was lost for over 7 decades and brought back and reconstructed by the Joffrey.
I was one of those in the audience fortunate enough to see it. But you were saying earlier that you think a lot of people missed it because of the earthquake?
Well, in case they may have, I did want to mention that we are going to be doing Sacre again.
Even if they saw it, I think they might want to come back and see it again.
Absolutely. It's worth it.
And will it also be on the same program with L'Après-midi?
Yes, it will. We will be doing we will be doing about 5 Diaghilev evenings, which sell very well, and everyone loves to see them.
Aside from these special ballets, what special things are lined up for Joffrey's visit to Los Angeles?
Well, as you know, we have a very active board of directors here in Los Angeles, and this season every year they come up with fun, wonderful events for their patrons, and this spring we have our Patron Night series beginning on May 3rd, and that will be a wonderful evening of moonlight mystery and magic surrounding the performance of the ballet. And then on the 13th, May 13th, we will be having another wonderful evening called Love Songs, and that will be the ballet, of course, and then afterwards a party out on the plaza, which will be loads of fun. The first time we've done a party out there in quite a while. And then on May 19th, we will be doing another evening. It's a lecture demonstration, and that will be called A Confetti of Dance, and it's a pre-performance event where the patrons come in and they get to see Jerry and some of the dancers working at the bar and have a picnic dinner.
Do they get to put on toe shoes and get up there themselves and dance?
Well, not exactly, but there are many who would like to.
I'm sure there are.
And I should mention that if anyone is interested, any of your listeners are interested in coming to any one of these evenings or would like to inquire about tickets, they certainly can call the Joffrey office at the Music Center, and that number is 972-7642.
I'm sure that everyone listening wishes nothing but the best to the new artistic director of the Joffrey Ballet, the logical inheritor of the mantle of Robert Joffrey, and that is Jerry Arpino. Maybe sometime later this season we can talk with him on the show.
I'm sure he would love it.
Yeah, so would I. This evening we've been talking with Nancy Davis. She is the West Coast director or West Coast manager.
Right.
Manager, is it? Okay.
Manager, yes.
Manager of the Joffrey Ballet, which returns for another triumphant season here in Los Angeles next Tuesday night, running at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion through the 22nd. Thank you very much for coming down to join us.
Oh, thank you, Mary.
We're going to stop and listen to some ballet music right now. Gennady Rozhdestvensky conducted the London Symphony Orchestra in music from The Rite of Spring, ballet by Igor Stravinsky, revolutionary ballet in its time, now reconstructed by the Joffrey. It looks every bit as revolutionary when they do it, as you will have the opportunity to do at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Thanks to my guests this evening, John Harbison, Lynn Harrell, and Nancy Davis, and thanks as always to Betty Jo Wright. I'm Mary Fain, and I invite you to join me again next Friday evening at 7 for another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. This program was sponsored by AT&T. In long-distance services, information systems, telephones, and computers, AT&T, the right choice. Good evening, and welcome to another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine, a look at the arts in Southern California, highlighting the diverse activities of the Los Angeles Music Center. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be back with my lineup of guests in just a moment. But first, this word from AT&T, the right choice. On tonight's program, we'll be talking with Harold Shapiro, with Aurelia Brooks and Lonnie Bunch of the California Afro-American Museum, and with the actress Carol Shelley. Composer Harold Shapiro was in town last week for a series of exciting events, at least 3 of which we can talk about on the air. One of them was a recording of his Symphony for Classical Orchestra, which is shortly to be issued on New World record label. And the other is 2 performances, count them 2, by the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra under Andre Previn, the same group that made the recording of that same symphony. This was a repeat performance. The symphony had been performed last year as well as part of the Philharmonic's regular season. And after all that, welcome, Harold Shapiro.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Before the performance last year, that is the 1985-86 season, how long before that was that symphony performed?
Well, its last complete performance before that had been 1948, which made it almost 40 years between performances.
Yeah. What have you been doing in the interim? You're teaching at Brandeis.
I started teaching at Brandeis in the 1950s, and I'm still there.
You're teaching composition?
I teach composition and theoretical subjects, and I run the electronic music studios. That whole development had so little to do with my symphony and style that you wouldn't know that anybody, the same person, had been involved.
I was going to ask you, why did you become involved in something so diametrically opposed to your usual style?
Well, it was probably the most very homely reason. I mean, I was a chairman of my department, and the fellow who ran the studios was doing a rather hopeless job. And so I knew something about hi-fi, and I was a gadgeteer, sort of. And so I said, well, I better take over the studio before he breaks all the instruments. And so I got into it that way. And I was surprised. I was surprised to find myself interested in it. Also, I used to joke with my colleagues, at least the synthesizer plays back at me, you see, which, in the absence of performances and things like that, the synthesizer was some kind of a friend.
Did you become discouraged after writing in the 40s and early 50s? Did you become discouraged at the direction that music seemed to be taking?
I don't think I was discouraged by the direction. I was discouraged possibly by my own situation. America in general, in the United States, we're very interested in our young composers, and we encourage them to a certain point, and then we forget about them, you see, because there's a new batch of young ones to be encouraged. And in my case, the connection with the Los Angeles Philharmonic that developed last year came out of that kind of neglect, because the AT&T had given the orchestra, I guess, a grant to revive, quotation marks, neglected and forgotten American composers. And the composer in residence was John Harbison, who was a congenial colleague teaching at Massachusetts Institute of Technology in around the Boston area. And John immediately thought of my symphony and me as a neglected, forgotten person, and so he showed it to Andre, and Andre put it on. That's how it came about. It's hard to say how you got from one thing to the other. I had my symphony was not in the slightest a commercial success. And I was surprised that the audience, I expect the audience to be kind of bored here, because of the length I expected. And then I was surprised they were paying attention the whole way, and I couldn't believe my ears. And so it turned out to be a very pleasant experience last year.
I'll bet.
A great deal due to the entirely sympathetic direction of Andre Previn, who was a wonderful musician and was very, very kind to me indeed, gave me tremendous amount of rehearsal time. I was shocked because I felt you better rehearse the Emperor Concerto because it's going to fall apart. I mean, they know it by heart, but I feel guilty if it comes apart. But he was just marvelous, and he continues to be marvelous. And musicians like Andre Previn don't grow on trees,
Yes.
I can't think of conductors in my life that I've met that I feel understand music better or in a more congenial way. Lenny Bernstein is one. They're very similarly brilliant musicians.
When you decided to become a composer, what kinds of advice, what kinds of encouragement, and what kinds of specific tasks were given you by your composition teachers? Tell us who they were also.
Well, I studied with a number of eminent teachers. I don't know if I'll get the order right. My first teacher actually lives in the Los Angeles area and is a bit of a celebrity now, Nicholas Slanimsky.
Oh,
who's
yes.
Now,
he just had his 94th birthday.
94th, but
yes.
more power to him. He was my teacher when I was a high school student, and he was a marvelous intellect. And then, of course, I had to go on to school, so I went to Harvard, and there I studied with Walter Piston, who had a great deal of influence on me, and I very much admired Piston's cool cut of intellect and and he was a very fine workman. And then we went to Tanglewood in the middle of college years, and Tanglewood had just started up. I know you know. Is Tanglewood well known here? That's the Boston Boston summer session of the Boston Symphony Orchestra. So they had a school which started in 1940, and the instructors were going to be Aaron Copland and Hindemith. So I thought that's going to be great. So I went off to Tanglewood and I studied with Hindemith, and he was a formidable musician and a great genius of a composer, and a composer to watch in action for inspiration. You don't see people that gifted very often. And then,
how do you watch a composer in action? What do they do?
Well, I don't know how technical to be on your show. We used to have these marathon composition lessons at Tanglewood. We met, since it was a 6-week session. Hindemith was not a lazy man. I can't conceive of how he got the energy to do this, but we met 5 times a week, and we met for 5 hours in the morning from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock, interrupted by a little swim in the lake. We had our classes down at the beach house so we could go swimming in between. And so, and he really worked with us. Well, the example that he set was observable in the following way. He would give us projects to write. Well, generally, he would tend to go against our natural instrument. If I was a pianist, he said, don't write for piano, because you know that. Why don't you write for harp or something? Write for brass. So I ended up writing for brass quintet or something like that. Another student had a harp piece or a clarinet piece. And then we'd bring these pieces in, and he'd put our music on the piano rack, and he had a push-button pencil, so we'd lose no time with lead changes. And he'd take a clean sheet of paper right next to that and start writing with his pencil. And he'd take your piece and rewrite it before your eyes. We used to joke about having your pants pressed while you wait. You know? But what came out was this pure sort of Hindemith thing. He'd metamorphose yours. But he'd take the strongest parts of yours and incorporate. He said, this is a good way to go. I'll do this, and I'll change this, and I'll do it. And you watch him go. And what he did on his side was always a much better piece than yours and much stronger. And so it was teaching by example. But the example that made the impression on me was the speed of his mind, you see. This fantastic gift, you know, and style. He was so sure of himself, you know. And I said, how do you do it? You know, he said, yes, I've worked for, I don't know how many years, he said, 35, 40 years, so there'll be no time lost between my pencil and my brain, you know. I think I got sidetracked on my list of teachers with Hindemith, because Hindemith was followed by Nadja Boulanger, who came to the Cambridge, Massachusetts area in 1942 and 3, so I worked with her on graduating from Harvard. I forgot an important teacher in my teens, Ernst Krennick. He set up in a very small conservatory in Boston, and 2 scholarships were offered to study with him in the Boston area. And the year before, 2 scholarships had been offered to study with Schoenberg, who'd just come back from Europe. And it's so strange, the cultural changes. In the whole Boston area, 2 free scholarships to study with Arnold Schoenberg, not one person showed up to claim them. Imagine now the line would go around the world, you see. And the same thing, and for Krennick the next year, so Schoenberg came to California. There was nothing for him to do in Boston. And Krennick came the next year, and I showed up with another student, and the other student wanted to write like Chopin, so he ran home quickly and didn't survive. So I was Krennick's first and only American student for the 6 months. What I was coming to is that he had just revived the 12-tone system for himself, and had seen some new things in it. I said, no, you can't be serious. We thought that was all dead stuff. I said, oh, no. And so I was, I think, 17 at the time, and he gave me, he said, well, take this Berg lyric suite home, that's the Berg's famous quote, and come back next week and write something like it, okay? And so youth is wonderful, you see, so I write something like it. So I went and played a little piano. I came back, I had a whole string trio the next day, about a 10, 12-minute piece. And it was not terrible, but he was rather impressed with it. And he told Nicholas Slemsky, you know, that kid is pretty good. You know, he's trying to be a wise guy, but he really has some talent. So why don't you see if you can get that trio played somewhere? And so Nicholas said, he wants you to try to get it played. And it's hard to explain, but in 1937 or 8, in the Boston area, or even any area in the United States, the idea of performing a piece that was in the 12-tone system was so impractical. It was inconceivable is what it was. There were no players that could play it. There was no audience to listen to it. It was just sort of some never land that existed somewhere else, but never. And the joke is that now some of my ex-students have a performing group and a performing concert series in Boston, very avant-garde one. And they call up and say, have you got a short piece we need to fill in? People want to give us something short to fill in our program. So I said, hey, why don't you want to try my 17-year-old string trio in the 12-tone? I said, sure, let's try it. So we got 3 young players to play it. And of course, the young players, I said it was inconceivable to play it in 1938. These young players just went They didn't do it like duck soup, but they went right through it, no problem, stylistically or anyway. And they performed. It was a big hit, you know, this little thing. So that was a 12-tone piece from the.
But
in that,
aside from that, what have you done lately?
What have I done lately? I like to think. I hate to admit, I have the largest pile of unfinished, incompleted work in history, probably on my desk.
How do you feel about that?
I feel sick about it. As a matter of fact, I need long life pills. You see, I would say arrogantly, if I succeed in finishing a bundle of those works, I'll be a pretty good composer. If I don't, it's going to be too bad.
Yeah. I thank you for your frankness. I have admired your work. I hope that a lot more of it will end up on records because I really think it deserves more than just one hearing. And this symphony, as I said earlier, was performed last year, will be performed, or rather has been performed this season again, and will be shortly available on New World Recordings. We've been talking with the composer of the work, and many more works too, I hope, Harold Shapiro. Thank you so much for coming down to join us.
It's been a pleasure being here.
We're going to stop for a moment and listen to the scherzo movement from the Symphony for Classical Orchestra. That was the scherzo movement from the Symphony for Classical Orchestra by Harold Shapiro, a 1954 recording with Leonard Bernstein conducting the Columbia Symphony Orchestra. This work was entirely coincidentally scheduled in its entirety a few days ago here on KFAC. I was proud to play it then, and I'm proud to play this movement now. I'm Mary Fain, your host for the AT&T Music Center magazine. We have more guests and more music right after this. One of the exciting things about Southern California for me, who have not been here all that long yet, is discovering the plethora of museums, things to do, things I never dreamed existed here. For example, there is something called the California Afro-American Museum right here in Los Angeles, and visiting the studios this evening are the museum's director, whose name is Aurelia Brooks. Welcome.
Thank you.
And the history curator of that museum, and his name is Lonnie Bunch. Hi, Lonnie.
Hi.
How long has the museum been in existence? Aurelia, why don't you take this one?
Well, the museum was conceived in 1974, but it really didn't become a reality until 1981 when we moved into temporary quarters at the Museum of Science and Industry. And from 1981 to 1984, we developed the new building, and we opened in July 1984.
What had you envisaged the museum as being? What was the dream in your mind about what this would be?
For the first time, to have a museum built from the ground up specifically for the purpose of showing the contributions and achievements which Black Americans had made to this country and to the world, really, in the arts, history, the humanities, literature.
So it isn't specifically for California, or contributions to California, but nationwide.
Right. We will have an emphasis on California artists and California history, but we feel that we need to bring to the West a feel for what's happened in the rest of the country.
Where have you gone for materials for the museum?
Well, there are any number of Afro-American artists all over the country, fantastic artists. Unfortunately, not too many of them in the West have had a gallery or an agent to support them. In the East, you'll find more Afro-American artists who are being displayed in New York, which is Mecca for all artists,
Yes.
regardless of their ethnic heritage. We try to get donations first and foremost from the collectors. We try to get donations of funds so that we can purchase those artists that we're interested in. We've asked for history collections, Bibles, old papers, manumission papers, anything in your attic that might relate to the history of your family, which in turn gives us an insight into the history of black people in California and in this country.
Are there museums any place in the country which have sizable collections of this kind?
Yes, we're the only state museum for Afro-American culture in the entire country. There is a marvelous museum of art in New York called the Studio Museum of Harlem, which has been in existence for over 20 years. There's a history museum which was built specifically for the Afro-American culture in Philadelphia. That opened in 1976. And Howard University doesn't have a museum, but it has a marvelous collection of art and historical artifacts, as does Fisk University. So there are lots of small museums around what I would call cultural centers that have collected a fair amount of memorabilia. But in terms of a state museum with state funding, major corporations are giving donations to expand the permanent collection, with the Metropolitan Museum of Art and other museums loaning their work for specific exhibitions. I would say that we're moving along in the right direction, and we are really a symbol for other communities that would like to do the same thing.
I understand you have a rather exciting exhibit opening next month, and Lonnie, I'm going to ask you to tell us about this one. It's called Black Angelinos, the Afro-American in Los Angeles specifically. Yeah.
Yes, we're very excited about it because what we wanted to do is initially open the museum with major national historical shows. We opened on with the history of blacks in the Olympics, blacks in the military. And then we decided to move into a series called Black America and the California Dream, to explore what it is about California that has always brought black people specifically to come to the West Coast. And we looked at the small town in Tulare County named Allensworth, and then our second show is this Black Angelino show. And we've been really pleased with the response of the community. You asked earlier about artifacts. One of the things I think that has to happen is that black people are new to the museum world, new to donating artifacts, to realizing that their garbage in the attic is really a historian's treasure. And part of what we do is to convey the sense of how and why what they have is important, and to encourage them to donate these things to the museum for these kinds of exhibitions. So the response for this Black Angelino show has been very, very positive.
What kinds of things have you managed to glean from your, what shall I say, your audience, your supporters, your clientele?
Oh, wonderful things. We have collected items as diverse as Pullman Porter's uniforms from the 1920s, Bibles from the early black churches in Los Angeles, documents demonstrating the black struggle against residential segregation in Los Angeles in the 30s and 40s, wedding gowns from the turn of the century, just a wide range of artifacts that will really give us a feel for what life was like, what it was like to be black in Los Angeles.
Lonnie, how long have you been with the museum?
5 years. I came out in '83 from New Jersey, and
I've heard of it.
And Aurelia hired me despite my accent, and so we've been working together. And for a long time, it was a very small staff, and it was the two of us, and so we consider this kind of our baby. And we're pleased that it's evolved and developed over the years into a museum of, I think, national note.
How many people come to see you each year, would you say?
During the Olympic year, which was the premier year.
Oh, what great timing.
It was wonderful.
Did you set up the Olympics just to benefit the museum?
We certainly did. We certainly did. We had so many people coming in during that period because, of course, we're right there at the site of the opening and closing games and all of the track and field events. So we had loads of people coming through. They didn't know what it was. It looked as though it was a cool place away from the sun.
Yeah.
And when they walked in and they saw this marvelous exhibition,
Right.
then they continued to come back and
You had
bring
'em.
their friends. And I think we had over 500,000 people that year. In fact, it was probably closer to 1 million people during that year. And of course, after the Olympics, you have a drop in attendance.
Right.
But I would say generally we have between 300,000 and 400,000 people coming in, with the bulk being school tours.
What are your plans for future exhibits?
We're doing another show on blacks in Northern California, but we're also doing a major show on the history of black colleges. And then Aurelia has a show that she's working on that's coming up, I guess, the end of the year on Bahia, and looking at sort of the contemporary Afro-Brazilian artists and Afro-American artists, and looking at African sort of retention traits in that work as well. So we have a lot of things that are going on that we're very excited about.
Our Brazilian show should be a very exciting one, mainly because too few people know that there is a very large population of blacks in Brazil. I would say there's 6 million blacks there. They're all integrated into the society. But we don't know anything about that culture, so we feel that by bringing their art here and comparing it with the Afro-American artist and talk about identity and how it's expressed in their art, we might find a new way of looking at the art of people of African descent.
Will you tell us again where the museum is, the address, and the hours?
In Exposition Park.
Yes.
That's first and foremost.
Okay.
The address is 600 State Drive, but you'll never see that number.
Okay. That's
but it's
fine.
between, it's on Figueroa, really, between Exposition Boulevard and King Boulevard. Our hours are 10 until 5, 7 days a week. And we welcome our listening public there.
And there's parking. I
There's
imagine.
parking
Right.
there, and it's free to the public.
Okay. Two good reasons to go any place in Southern California, I found.
Absolutely.
We've been talking this evening with Aurelia Brooks and with Lonnie Bunch, both with the California Afro-American Museum. Thank you very much, both of you, for coming down this evening.
Thank you.
Going to stop for a moment and listen to some music. Music by the 17th century British composer Henry Purcell, arranged by the 20th century one, Benjamin Britten. The chaconne in G minor was played by the St. Paul Chamber Orchestra, Finkus Zuckerman conducting. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain. We've got one more guest to go, and we'll hear from her right after this. Our last guest this evening is the actress Carol Shelley. Carol lives in New York. Los Angeles is fortunate to have her for the weeks that the play Broadway Bound is running at the Amundsen Theater. Welcome, Carol.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here.
Carol is the role, I was going to say Carol is, and that's just about accurate. Carol is Kate, who is the protagonist, the lead in this play, which is a more or less faithful, maybe not, maybe as humorous.
It's
a dramatized version
of an autobiographical.
Right. Of the Simon Boys.
Yes.
Right. Neil
Yes.
and Danny is...
Danny.
Okay.
In
And
real life, and Eugene and Stanley in the play.
you and Neil Simon go back a long way. He discovered you, so far as America is concerned?
He was in London while they were rehearsing and getting ready for a musical called Little Me, which had starred Sid Caesar on Broadway. And while he was there, he thought he'd look for his two pigeons. because he hadn't been able to find them in New York. And he found me, and he found Monica Evans, who went back to England many years ago. I decided to stay. I mean, I took out papers within 3 months of arrival.
Really?
Yes. I just loved it. I loved the pace. I loved the energy. And I thought, oh, this is what I've lacked all my life. And I was happy.
London then did not have that pace and energy?
No, not at all.
Interesting.
Not at all.
Yeah. What have you done? Just list some of your major credits since you've been in this country on Broadway and off. What have you had most fun with?
Well, I have had some pretty watershed experiences. One of them was The Elephant Man, which I originated the role of Mrs. Kendall, and we started at a tiny little theater off Broadway in the City Corps building, and it took off and went to Broadway and ran and was an extraordinary experience. I've been in Alan Ayckbourn plays. 3 of them started here. It was a threesome called The Norman Conquests, which I think is around about 78, maybe. Three totally separate plays that all interweave.
They have been on television too. BBC,
That's right.
I think, has
yes,
done
with Tom
production.
Conti.
Yes.
That's right. And the other one that I did for him was Absurd Person Singular. And what else have I done?
You mentioned earlier that you are a classically trained actress, which means you have a lot of Shakespeare under your belt. At least in
Shakespeare
England.
and Moliere
And Chekhov.
and Chekhov.
Yeah.
And yes,
Have
all
you
of those
done
things.
Have you done those playwrights in this country? Or?
More here than I ever did in England.
I see.
Yes, I'd already been. It's now going to turn into a pun, pigeonholed in England as the ingenue's funny friend. Because in England in those days, unless you were a raving beauty, you couldn't be the ingenue. So if you were a little bit plainer, like me, you could be her funny friend.
I see.
So that was what I was going to be for the rest of my life until I got to America. And then
Who would Portia's funny friend have been?
Narissa. If I had been playing it, now I can play Portia.
That's stretching comedic roles a little bit much to think of her as a funny friend. I would say.
I'm
Yeah,
being
I know,
facetious.
of course,
I'm
course.
generalizing to
Yes.
make a point.
As we
I
talk-
wasn't even allowed into Shakespeare in those days in England. It was
Why?
something that I would never have dreamed of attempting because I'd already been told what I was. So you stuck to it. I mean, now times have changed. I haven't worked there since I moved here, which is now 24 years. I've never worked there.
Obviously, though, you do retain your English accent, and
If they pay me enough, I can keep it, and if they pay me more, I can lose it.
How much are they paying you to lose it as Kate? Because when I saw the show, I didn't have the vaguest idea you were from England.
I'm delighted to hear you say, Mary.
Give us some lines in a non-English accent.
Oh, now you're asking. I'd have to quote from the play
Go
because I'll
ahead.
tell you, it's the syntax that gives me away. This was the hardest play I think I've ever had to learn because the grammar is so bad. I would get the line right and I'd reverse the grammar to make it a correct sentence.
When
but
you
of
say
course-
the grammar is bad, you mean in the character?
in the vernacular of
Right.
Brighton Beach.
Right.
But if you live in New York long enough, that sound is in your ears.
Can you imitate it if you have to? If you get into a knockdown drag out with someone on the subway, can you talk like this just to show?
Sure, I
Yeah.
I could talk like that. That's not the hard part. The hard part is putting the
Is punching them.
sounds together and making the words come out in the vernacular.
You're doing very good.
Hey, thanks. Come on.
Give me a break.
Give me a break. Huh? Get out of here.
Excellent.
Did I pass?
Portia's funny
Thank
friend.
you so much. I'm awfully glad that I amused you.
On stage and off. Let's get back briefly to the play that we're here to talk about, and that is, of course, Broadway Bound, which is playing at the Amundsen until July 3rd. It's a very big part that you have.
Queen Lear.
Just about, yeah.
Yep.
I don't think you're ever off stage.
I'm off stage for 10 minutes in Act 2 while the boys have the scene with Papa, the father,
Yeah,
who tears them to pieces over the radio show
right.
when he says, you've been writing about the family.
How realistic is this play?
Well, from what little I can gather from Neil, it's quite realistic but dramatized.
Was the household indeed that humorous? I mean, there's some wonderful
He says
lines.
so.
Yeah.
He says so. And he says, I've caught the essence of his mother quite incredibly, that she would always just sit there absolutely poker-faced and say, I had a wonderful time.
And that wonderful scene towards the end of the play, that
Yes,
That pas de deux, as it were, between
I
you
don't
and
know about
Neil,
that.
when you
I
finally
know she was a
tell
great dancer.
You finally tell a story.
About George Raft.
Right.
Dancing with George
Yes.
Raft when I was 15.
I was referring to the line, there's one point when Kate, the mother, tells a joke. Actually, she steps out of character.
No,
and
she doesn't tell a joke.
No, she
I
tells
think
a
you mean
humorous story.
the Statue of Liberty line.
It's when you make this marvelous gesture of bending over with your hand over your mouth, as if to
Well, that's my
hide.
choice, you know. Jean was a little worried that Neil might not like that or accept it.
Yeah.
But when Neil saw it, I said, you know, did that offend you? Was it wrong for Kate? And he said, not wrong for your Kate. I love to see the little girl in her come out. And he said, I don't think she knows how funny she is. She is just laughing because she is sharing a moment with Eugene that is totally unconditional. Just after she has had a terrible phone call with her mother, her husband's about to leave her. I mean, you know, everything, the Sturm und Drang of her life is just pouring all over this poor woman. And she says something that she doesn't think is that funny when she says it until she sees his reaction. And I think the little girl in her comes out because he finds it so funny and she has given joy. So she allows herself, even hidden behind her hand, to laugh.
She allows herself, and at the same time, it's very self-conscious.
Oh, totally. I had aunts who never laughed. If they ever smiled or giggled, it was behind their hands.
Why is this?
I don't know. It's a Jewish syndrome.
Is it that women cannot laugh?
No. Joy is fleeting. Sadness and bitterness and pain
That's
I'm
what
used
we're here
to.
for. I see.
Yes,
I
but
see.
God forbid we should have a little joy in our lives. You know, and she says it. Kate says that actually towards the end of the play. Too much happiness, I get scared. And I think that's a very that's a refugee's of any country's instincts is I'm so used to pain that I can deal with. I can't deal with joy. I really believe that a great deal. I know with myself, I'm Russian on my mother's side and German on my father's side. But I know I'm a Slav because when I'm happy, I'll cry. When I'm in pain, I can deal. I'll cope. You won't see it.
No.
I mean, I'll clam up and, I might cry in private, but that's something different. But when I'm really happy, the tears roll.
I find it fascinating talking to you. I'm forgetting to ask all the questions that an interviewer should ask.
I'm sorry.
Marvelous stories. Absolutely wonderful. What do you have lined up next when...
I'm going to fall down and stay there for about a month.
Pain you can deal with.
Pain I can... Yes. We will have been on the road for 9 months, Mary, and I want to fall down in whatever spot I'm in and just lie there and have people bring me food, roll me over, bring me the New York Times crossword puzzle and a fresh pen, and I'm not going to do anything.
Well, I hope you fall down in Los Angeles. It would be delightful to have you here longer.
Wouldn't that be nice? In a soft spot.
All right. We'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
We've been talking with Carol Shelley, who plays the role of Kate in Broadway Bound down at the Amundsen. Plays it magnificently. Everyone in it is good, actually. It's a very, very fine play. I enjoyed it a lot. And now we're going to pause and listen to some music. Our concluding music this evening by Chopin. We've heard some of his Opus 25 etudes played by Vlado Perlmutter. Thanks to my guests this evening, Harold Shapiro, Aurelia Brooks and Lonnie Bunch, and Carol Shelley. And thanks, as always, to Betty Jo Wright. I'm Mary Fain. I invite you to join me again next Friday evening at 7 for another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. This program was sponsored by AT&T. In long-distance services, information systems, telephones, and computers, AT&T, the right choice. You speak about an interest in earlier music, and I note from your curriculum vitae that you specialize, or that one of your coaches specializes in ornamentation practices of
Yes.
the Baroque. Do you
Yes.
find that fun to do?
Oh, I find that fascinating. That's absolutely the where my heart lies. One of the reasons that I was so thrilled to be included in the cast of Alcina is because, of course, it was done with original instruments and was done in a historically informed style.
When you're actually doing a performance, do you in fact improvise on the spot from what you know of Baroque practices?
Yes,
You
yes.
do?
And, well, depending on the group with which you're working, if you're working with a group that is itself familiar with that, and other instrumentalists and singers who are working in the historically informed style and understand ornamentation and so forth, it's a great deal of fun to begin to let the feelings of the moment dictate what you do.
And conductors these days, I imagine, are more sympathetic to that kind of what appears like freedom than they used to be.
Well, I find that they are in general in that repertoire.
Yes.
It's a little more. For example, in the Magic Flute, of course, Mozart was an 18th century composer, and I had some discussions with the conductor, Maestro Commissiona, about some of the ornaments and things that I was putting into the part that we. Some of which he made me throw out, and some of which he let me keep. So,
how about Titania? Are you throwing anything in?
No.
That's
Titania is written out like
note for note.
Note for note. It's sort of like a crossword puzzle. Every box is filled in exactly perfectly. You see.
And don't you dare.
Well,
Wait.
Britten is very specific from note to note and measure to measure what he wants, and that's it's a challenge enough to achieve exactly what he's asking for.
What about the Orkneys so attracted you that you first began the festival there and now live there?
I didn't know the Orkney Islands until 1970, when I went to that part of Scotland because I'd never been there, one bit I really didn't know, for a few days' holiday. And it was one of those strange things which happens once or twice a lifetime. I just got there, felt this was wonderful, marvellous place, magic, and met some very nice people who've become excellent friends, like the poet George Mackay Brown and a few others. And then I went to this particular island of Hoy and saw this most remarkable deserted place with a ruined house and thought, now that is where I want to write my music. And that's it. And this meant a lot of hard work because that place was about a mile away from any road, and you couldn't get a car anywhere near. The terrain is too rough. It had no roof, no windows, sheep muck nearly as high as me, and that all had to be dug out. But with patience and work and help of very good friends, there was a roof put on and the place was made watertight, and that's where I now write my pieces.
Are the sheep still around?
Sheep are still there.
But you keep them sort of secluded from the house itself?
Well, there's now a fence round with a garden inside where I grow various vegetables, and that really has made a difference.
Tell me about the festival itself. I understand it takes place in an old cathedral on the island.
Yes, the big events take place in St. Magnus Cathedral, which is a cathedral built in the 12th century to the memory of the patron saint of the islands, St. Magnus, who was, if you can imagine such a thing, a Viking pacifist.
Really?
Yes, and that's why he was martyred, really. And I remember conducting a performance of my opera there in the first St. Magnus Festival, the Martyrdom of St. Magnus, based on the story of his life and on the novel of George Mackay Brown about that event. And I was conducting it in the cathedral in front of the pillar in which is concealed St. Magnus's skull.
Oh my.
With the marks of the sword in it where he was hit when he was killed.
Did you feel particularly inspired there?
I felt very frightened, I can tell you.
Let's get back to the violin concerto. This, although you've written many large symphonic works and smaller ones as well prior to the concerto, this is your first essay in the concerto genre.
It is,
the 86.
Yes.
Why, what took you so long?
I think I didn't have enough confidence to be able to pit a solo instrument with or against an orchestra.
You talk like Johannes Brahms now.
I'd be lucky, but I know what you mean, yes. It took me a long time to come to write a symphony, and even longer to try a concerto. And I think what did give me the push was the fact that Isaac Stern took the trouble to listen to performances and discs of my music and said, come on, how about it? And I thought, well, all right, bit reluctant, but then the idea took fire and I wrote it. Now, of course, I can't stop. Since I wrote the fiddle concerto, I've done an oboe concerto and a cello concerto.
Is your work now more affected by folk music, folk traditions, than it was before you moved to Orkney yourself?
Yes, I think just getting to know and appreciating local fiddle music, local folk music, songs, I think this has had an influence, and I can only feel that that's healthy. It gives me a point where I can make the association with that particular place tangible and audible.
I consider myself a student of Lottie Lehmann. I never met her, but growing up, I listened to her recordings over and over again, and I believe that my music, the writing of my music, was shaped in part by her phrasing.
Could you give a specific as to how she affected the writing of this cycle?
Absolutely. I was listening to a recording of Lehmann's, an early recording, a Korngold aria from The Wonder of Helen. It's called Ich ging zu ihm. I went to him. Always one of my favorite arias. I'm always transported when I listen to that beautiful music, perfectly sung. And as the last note died away, my telephone rang, and it was Alexander Saunderson.
Who is
I believe, past president of the Music Academy, and certainly very actively involved. And he said that, did I know that this summer was the 100th anniversary of the birth of Madame Lehmann? And I said I did know. And he said, would I be interested in writing a song cycle to some of her texts, originally written in German? And I said, yes, of course, I'm sure I would. Can you send me the book? And he did. And he asked me if I wanted to write them in English or in German. And I said, I want to write them in German because that's what she did. Now, German is my, my first language is English and then Italian and then French. So German is my fourth language. It's not nearly as strong as my other three, but I worked very hard on the texts. And as I was composing the cycle, I was absolutely aware that her presence was there helping me, not just with the vocal line, but with so many things. There were times when the text was typewritten and there were typos in the text, and there would be no reason for me to know that those typos were incorrect. But this little voice kept saying to me, no, that's a G, it's not an L. Go check it.
Get out your dictionary.
Kay, did you know that Madame Lehmann was a poet?
Yes, I did, and these poems were published a few years ago. She was not only a poet, she was a painter.
But I mean, when you were studying with her, did you know that she?
No,
that she
except that she would stand in a class and would recite a translation of the poem of the song that the student was going to sing. And she didn't study these things in that way, and she did not prepare these things. But her translations in English were extremely poetical and absolutely caught the image of the poem, and it was always on the spur of the moment. She was a very instinctive teacher. She was not, she did not intellectualize things at all. It was all just spur of the moment and what was happening at the moment.
Visiting our studios this evening is a conductor whose name I have mispronounced on many occasions. I'm going to let him say his name correctly.
Good evening. My name is William Boughton.
Boughton, okay.
Yes.
You were saying earlier that the English are worse at mispronouncing your name than the Americans are?
Yes, I get wonderful mispronunciations. I mean, anything from Boughton to Buffton. It's quite incredible.
When you were growing up, did you have the same problem?
Yes, yes, all the time.
What was your nickname?
Willie.
Willie? You've outgrown that, I trust.
I have, yes.
And you've grown into a very significant music director position with the English String Orchestra. And many of the releases of that orchestra have been making the charts in this country and in England as well. When most people are aiming for a conducting career, they tend to gravitate to the large orchestra. And you seem to have deliberately eschewed, at least for a long while, that option and to concentrate on a small, almost chamber group. Why is that?
Well, one has to go right back to the very beginning, really. But in 1980, the BBC, in its great wisdom, decided to disband 5 of its orchestras. One of those orchestras was the BBC Orchestra in Birmingham, which meant really that there were probably something like 130 to 200 musicians overnight out of work. Now, there was an obvious need for employment there, but not just employment for the sake of employment. It had always been a dream of mine to form an orchestra that specialized in string orchestra music of the English Renaissance period. So here was an opportunity that presented itself on a plate, really.
Could you clarify English Renaissance? What dates are you talking?
Well, really the end of the last century, through to about the beginning of the Second World War.
And this was a body of music that, in this country at least, was not very well known until
That's right.
until maybe the past half dozen years or so.
Well, in fact, it wasn't particularly well known in England either.
Really?
No, I mean, people like Parry, Stanford, Finzi, those sort of people weren't particularly well known. One's always heard of the Elgars and the Vaughan Williamses, of course, and Elgar is perhaps the greatest English composer of that period. But there was a wealth of repertoire there to be performed, recorded, studied, whatever you want to do with it, which was being ignored.
How did you come across the repertoire?
I come from a musical family. My father was a viola player, my mother was a singer, and my grandfather was a composer of that particular period. So I grew up with it.
What's the size of the English String Orchestra?
The basic size of it is 21 players, which is broken down into 7 first violins, 6 second violins, 3 violas, 3 cellos, 2 basses. But it expands up to 40, 45 players, string players, when we're doing things like the Schoenberg Verkleid in Act and the Tippett Concerto for Double String Orchestra. And now we're actually beginning to bring in more wind players to also broaden that repertoire, like the Butterworth Shropshire Lad recording.
I can see you are becoming corrupted when you... First thing you know, you'll have a harp in it. And
No. The English String Orchestra is a specialist orchestra which will always remain as a specialist orchestra.
I'll drink to that. You appear to me to be a person of the theater the last thing connected with would be success. And yet you have become phenomenally successful through Swimming to Cambodia. How did you feel about it when it happened?
Well, I've really become successful through the film of Swimming to Cambodia. And when what happened?
When the success struck you.
Well, it's striking me every day, and I'm having a real problem with it.
But when it first came, when you first realized that despite your iconoclasm, despite your insistence on being Spalding Gray and no one else, by God, you were making it. And people accepted you, or at least claimed to. What's your reaction to that?
That came in degrees, thank goodness. I mean, it's like it wasn't as though I looked in the mirror and I turned gray overnight.
You've been gray all along, Spalding, right?
It's been coming in degrees, and you know, I'm not on the cover of Time magazine. When I am, I'll know I'm doing something wrong. That's when it's time to retire, because I still feel definitely on the edges, on many different edges, on the periphery of our culture. I'm not a popularist. I'm amazed at the success of the film Swimming to Cambodia. It's not playing in supermarkets, shopping centers, and I wouldn't expect it to, but it has played in a number of different theaters in the United States and been very well received. And I think because it was a minimalist film, it was a film that came at the right time time because of a lot of political reasons, because certainly of the Contra problems in Nicaragua, paralleling a lot of the stories in there, but also because it was a wonderful, well-directed, low-budget film that was so minimal and so wonderfully direct and clear. In the middle of Ishtar, it blazed.
Was the orchestra cooperative? I know what your answer is going to be.
They're beautiful. I love this orchestra. And, I remember last year was the first year that I worked with the Philharmonic, and a lot of times I would be asked, what's the difference between the Philharmonic and conducting, kids and great professionals and a world-class orchestra?
As a matter of fact, I think I asked you that the last time.
You may have asked me that. And I must say again that the similarities are greater than the differences. And, the level of playing is at the two levels are altogether different, but the problems are the same, and the strengths are the same, and the players' attitudes are the same. Whether they're 14-year-old kids who've never played Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, or they're people who've sat in a section for 35 years, these people love to play, and they're wonderful, wonderful musicians, and they care about every note they play, and they just love to make music, and we had a great time, I think. And I just got nothing but unqualified support. A little bit of advice I got from everybody.
What kinds of things?
Everything from, could you give us a little bit more of a cue there, or this isn't quite as clear as it could be, to the stud on your shirt should be up on the top buttonhole instead of the bottom buttonhole. But it was all said in such a positive framework that I enjoyed every bit of it.
Oh, was the placement of the stud essential so they can tell your downbeat when it passes that
stud? It was very funny. Mark Baranoff, one of the most wonderful violinists in the orchestra, came up to me very seriously. His sense of humor is very wonderful. And he said very seriously, "I have only one suggestion for you, David." And I thought to myself, oh no, here goes somebody else telling me I'm going too slowly or too clear. He said, "The bottom stud should be in the top buttonhole." So I thought that was very funny. It was the best advice I got all week. But one of the things I love about this orchestra is that I learn a great deal from every bit they tell me. They're very wise. And it's always well-placed criticism or advice.
You mentioned earlier that you are a classically trained actress, which means you have a lot of Shakespeare under your belt. At least in England.
Shakespeare and Moliere
and Chekhov
and Chekhov.
Yeah.
Yes,
have you done those playwrights in this country? Or?
More here than I ever did in England. Yes, I'd already been. It's now going to turn into a pun, pigeonholed in England as the ingenue's funny friend. Because in England in those days, unless you were a raving beauty, you couldn't be the ingenue. So if you were a little bit plainer, like me, you could be her funny friend. So that was what I was going to be for the rest of my life until I got to America. And then...
Who would Portia's funny friend have been?
Narissa. If I had been playing it, now I can play Portia.
That's stretching comedic roles a little bit much to think of her as a funny friend.
I'm being facetious. I'm generalizing to make a point. I wasn't even allowed into Shakespeare in those days in England. Oh, it was something that I would never have dreamed of attempting because I'd already been told what I was. So you stuck to it. I mean, now times have changed. I haven't worked there since I moved here, which is now 24 years. I've never worked there.
Obviously, though, you do retain your English accent, and
If they pay me enough, I can keep it, and if they pay me more, I can lose it.
How much are they paying you to lose it as Kate? Because when I saw the show, I didn't have the vaguest idea you were from England.
I'm delighted to hear you say, Mary.
Give us some lines in a non-English accent.
Oh, now you're asking. I'd have to quote from the play because I'll tell you. It's the syntax that gives me away. This was the hardest play I think I've ever had to learn because the grammar is so bad. I would get the line right and I'd reverse the grammar to make it a correct sentence.
When you say the grammar is bad, you mean in the character?
In the vernacular of Brighton Beach.
Right.
But if you live in New York long enough, that sound is in your ears.
Can you imitate it if you have to? If you get into a knockdown drag out with someone on the subway, can you talk like this just to
Sure,
show?
I could talk like that. That's not the hard part. The hard part is putting the
punching
sounds together and making the words come out in the vernacular.
You're doing very good.
Hey, thanks. Come on.
Give me a break.
Give me a break. Get out of here.
Excellent.
Did I pass?
Portia's funny
Thank
friend.
you so much. I'm awfully glad that I amused you.
On stage and off.
Sometimes I'm listening to a radio driving along in my car, and there's a cello playing, and I think, gee, that's wonderful. Who's that? And then, there's a string sound or a fingering that I notice as a cellist that I think, that's a fingering I use. Mm-hmm. And then I realize it's me, and then suddenly it gets worse and worse. I try to hold it up there. There's no helping myself.
Funny, I have a similar response. I'll be driving along in a car listening to a cello, and I say, gosh, that's wonderful. And it turns out to be Lynn Harrell. Quite often.
But it's so interesting. It's because it's oneself. And that experience of hearing myself without knowing it's myself is for a few moments I can listen like anyone else, and then I can really enjoy it.
The glamour and everything that goes with being a conductor, which I know has a special glamour in the eyes of many people, did not attract me.
Oh, it's actually a very arduous profession.
Well, of course. Well,
difficult.
If you take things seriously, everything is difficult.
That's true. Are we taking this interview seriously?
I am.
Well, is it difficult?
Difficult? Yes, because if you want to answer questions honestly and with certain validity, you have to choose the words, and that's difficult.
I apologize. I am teasing you just a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, you see, I took that seriously too. Some people criticize me a lot for being too serious in life, generally, and I accept it. So I try to be not too serious sometimes, but it's very difficult.
Elizabeth Soderstrom was in Los Angeles last month for appearances at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, and while she was in town, she was kind enough to come to the studios for an interview. While looking over a brief biographical sketch of this great soprano, I'd been struck by a note to the effect that she had sung early in her career, in one season, the year was 1959, all three female leads in Strauss's opera Der Rosenkavalier. That is, she sang not only the Marschallin, but Octavian and Sophie as well. Three different productions, of course. I asked her to comment on this.
Well, that perhaps can give you an explanation to the funny kind of voice I've got.
In 59, was it any funnier than it is today?
Yeah. Well.
Later in the interview, Miss Soderstrom spoke about another singer, Christine Storch, the wife of the composer Richard Strauss.
She had a bad reputation. People said that she was rude, nasty,
a shrew,
harsh.
I think, yes.
Yes, a shrew. But she meant so much to Strauss, and apparently they were deeply in love, and he could cope with that. And he said that if he hadn't had her very frank remarks about what he was doing, it would have been difficult for him. All her tantrums, he enjoyed it. And I mean, after all, he composed several symphonies also about his family life. Sinfonia Domestica.
Do you throw tantrums?
Yeah, I do. As long as they don't hurt my voice.
Oh, you're very dangerous.
I used to have I scream a lot, but then I found that I couldn't sing for a week after one of these big prima donna outbreaks. So I've been more careful about them later in life.
Good evening, and welcome to another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. A look at the arts in Southern California, highlighting the diverse activities of the Los Angeles Music Center. On tonight's program, we'll be talking with two musicians who were in town several months ago and recorded these interviews at that time. They are the composer Lalo Schifrin and the conductor Yoav Talmi. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be talking with these two guests right after this word from AT&T, the right choice. Earlier this year, we talked with triple, quadruple, quintuple threat musician Lalo Schifrin, whose name is known, I think it would be fair to say, to millions of people as a composer of film scores. He's done very many and done them very well indeed. But he does lots of other things, and he's visiting the KFAC studios to tell us about some of those other things. Welcome to KFAC.
It's a pleasure to be here.
You spoke earlier about a clarinet concerto, which you have just recently finished writing.
Yes, it's rather than a concerto, I call it dances concertantes for clarinet and orchestra, and it's for David Schifrin, who is a cousin of mine.
Ah,
it's a kind of invented folklore, mythical folklore. When I say mythical, they are not dances of any particular place. You know, the idea came to me, instead of writing a concerto, write dances, was because once I've been in Machu Picchu, in the ruins of Peru, the old capital of the Incas, and when I came down, there was a village orchestra playing ethnic music. Really, they were the remnants of Inca music with all the instruments they have, the wooden flutes and all the pipes and all that. And all of a sudden there was a clarinet player among them, I'm a real clarinet player. And I was amazed by that. The fact that all of a sudden I started to think, wait a second, clarinet has been associated all over the world. There is a kind of connection, the sound of clarinet with dance. Benny Goodman, for instance, ballroom, people were dancing to the sound of clarinet. And in Greece and Albania and Yugoslavia, as a matter of fact, one of the dances, I call it Montenegro, because it's...
But that's a very high-pitched clarinet sound, is it not?
Well, but there's still the family of the clarinet.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's even the ancestor of the clarinet, the cornemuse, which is the last dance that I wrote, it's called cornemuse, which are all the bagpipes and all that. There is some kind of relationship between why people like to dance to the sound of the clarinet. So I wrote these dances.
Tell me about this concert that Placido Domingo is going to take part in. That also is slated for the fall, is it not?
Yeah, that's in October, the 22nd and 23rd of October. This is a big project. It's called The Songs of the Aztecs. And it was a commission from the Mexico Philharmonic, and it got out of hand. For some reason maybe there is a connection again between the dances concertantes and this, because there is always the Indo-American culture. If you start thinking, Machu Picchu in Peru, and all of a sudden in Mexico I go to the Anthropological Museum, and every hour they call this hour with a horn, a special horn, which is the Aztec horn, similar to probably the Israeli shofar.
Right.
It's a different sound, but
Is it a ram's horn, in fact?
No, no, it's made of stone. But the sound that comes is a very cultural sound. And I was very impressed by that. And the idea started to come slowly. Then I started to get pre-Columbian poetry in Spanish, obviously. And then I started to study Nahuatl, which is the language of the Aztecs. With the help of Benjamin Juarez, who got me a lot of literature, finally I selected 6 chants. I call it Songs of the Aztecs, Cantos Aztecas. And I say it got out of hand because all of a sudden I got the idea to do it, instead of doing inside the Bellas Artes or one of the theaters they have there, to do it outside in the pyramids of Teotihuacan, which is 1 hour from Mexico. It's a big production, and
yes, of course. Is this going to be staged or?
Yes. Well, it's not an opera, but they are going. The singers, including Plaza de Domingo, are going to be dressed like Aztecs. Just to tell you how the logistics of these are. So, for instance, we have to put chairs because they are not chairs. This place is not, it's really, they are the real pyramids. And the great thing is that the stage has been built by the Indians about 500 years ago.
There is a stage actually there?
Yes, where the musicians play. It's called the Square of the Moon. And we measure it, and it's perfect for a symphony orchestra and a chorus. This piece obviously is written for orchestra, chorus, and 4 soloists, soprano, contralto, tenor, and bass. And Plácido Domingo will be the tenor soloist.
Let me just remind our listeners, we're talking with Lalo Schifrin, who first came to our attention in this country as a film composer, but you, growing up in Buenos Aires, began life as a serious, in quotes, as a studier of serious classical music, and then you went to Paris and studied with Messiaen, but you played jazz on the side, and and no one knew. I mean, your professors at Paris did not know that you were a jazz player, and vice versa.
And the jazz musicians didn't care about my classical inclinations. Like I would say one evening, let's go to the opera because there is a Ravel festival. They're playing L'Heure Espagnole, and they said, no, we don't like that. And on the other hand, the classical musicians, I would say sometimes there's a great jam session tonight. Chet Baker is in town, or Bud Powell, or some of the great Thelonious Monk. I said, no, we don't like that kind of music. So I was in between. My father in Buenos Aires had been for 35 years the concertmaster of the Buenos Aires Philharmonic in the Teatro Colón. And I was exposed to the great, I mean, you have to realize that Eric Kleiber, during the war, he was the musical director of that orchestra. The level of playing and music making was incredible.
You started as a string player or as a pianist?
No, pianist.
As a pianist.
Yes. And you know who brought me to this country? Dizzy Gillespie.
Really?
When I do something, I try to learn it all the way. I mean, jazz is also a discipline. Probably the only discipline in the 20th century that kept improvisation, which was lost by classical musicians. You know, in the Baroque and even during the Romantic era, improvisation was done. Chopin and Liszt were great improvisers. Bach, Buxtehude, they were all great improvisers. I don't know why.
To play notes that someone else had written was frowned upon. I mean,
we lost that practice, and jazz kept it.
Yes.
You know, the theme and variations. The variations are composed at the moment you are playing them.
At which point did you decide that you wanted to reappear on the classical horizon?
I found that the jazz bands were not geared to play the kind of music I wanted to do.
How would you define what you wanted to do?
Well, what I'm doing, and I wanted to do a kind of synthesis between jazz and classical. Gunther Schuller used to call it third stream music. I don't like labels because I think that we defy any labels. Labels are for historians and for critics and musicologists. Then the symphony orchestras were not geared either because they didn't have the jazz soloists. So I found that Hollywood did have it because here you could make that synthesis. And some of my first scores reflect that synthesis.
When you say Hollywood, you could make that crossover. Are you talking about film music specifically?
Well, in film, yeah, you can do it. And also you could do it musically speaking. You had, in Hollywood, you have great classical musicians and you have great jazz musicians, and you can put them together.
So the people are here, yes.
There are not orchestras in the world. Either they are jazz or they are classical. There are no orchestras where you can mix them unless you are here.
What would you say is the difference in composing between composing for a film and composing for the concert stage? What do you do that's different?
Well, the difference is, and this is why I'm getting a little bit tired of films. The difference is that the form comes from the film. The form comes from the screen. The director of the film is the one who creates the rhythm and the pace.
Tell us about the orchestras that you are now conducting. You have recently been appointed to the Paris. What is the name of the orchestra?
Paris Philharmonic Orchestra is.
You're now its music director?
Yes. And
so you're getting back into not only, quote, serious composition, but serious conducting as well.
Yeah, this is another reaction to my life in so many years in which I've been only a composer. I was conducting, as I call it, self-defense. My own works, like in the Ojai Festival or Monday evening concerts. But then, especially when I did a film called The Competition, the musicians of the Los Angeles Philharmonic, remember The Competition? I recorded excerpts of the concerti with Los Angeles Philharmonic, and some of the musicians came to me and said, you should do it more often, this. And all of a sudden, they encouraged me, and here I am, and doing it. And I like it because the work, isolated work of a composer is so lonely that I find very healthy this exchange with a live audience, and it helps my writing, and my writing is helping. I mean, it's a good interchange, you know. The vibrations are good.
Yeah. What about the Young Musicians Foundation? That's a Los Angeles based.
Yeah, that was about 3 years ago. I was asked to be the president and musical director, and as you know, the debut orchestra is one of the best youth orchestras in the country. It has been selected as one of the best orchestras in the country by the National Symphony League. Last year, Andre Preben used it for a seminar for young conductors. We are, I mean, the first conductor of this orchestra was Michael Tilson Thomas, then Larry Foster. Great musicians came from this orchestra, like Gary Carr, who used to be the principal bass player, and then Jeffrey Solo was the principal cello, and many people. I mean,
you wrote a double bass concerto for Carr, did you not? Or
I
one
met him.
that he played.
We invited him to. We invite the alumni, the great alumni, to play with us, and he did the Dragonetti and some of the things of his repertoire, and we became friends. So he asked me, why don't you write a concerto for me, which I did. And as a matter of fact, it was in one of the program, in the inaugural concert with the Paris Philharmonic, we did it. And it was very successful, and now we recorded it. It's going to come out probably in the fall, in October or November, the first recording. We did Petrushka, Mamelwa, and the bass concerto.
How do you have time for all of this? I mean, traveling hither and yon to conduct, composing, which, as you say, is a solitary life. What's your secret? I mean, where do you get your energy?
I remember there was a big lesson I learned, and probably this is my secret. When once Igor Stravinsky, who was maybe 85 or 86 years old at the time he said this, they asked him the same question, and he said, well, my secret is that 1 year from today I've been commissioned to write something for the Israel Philharmonic, and then the following 2 months later I have to write something for the Swedish Symphony Orchestra, and all these projects, which means goals for the future, keep you going.
Perpetual carrots.
Yes, right. That means that there are horizons that you look, and when you reach the horizon, there's another one.
Yeah, it's like mountain climbing in a way. Yeah, that's fantastic. We've been talking this evening with Lalo Schifrin, Renaissance man, and thank you very much for coming down to talk with us. After you've done the Song of the Aztecs, will you come back and talk to us some more? Tell us how it went.
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank
We're going to pause for a moment and listen to some music. was music by our first guest this evening, Lalo Schifrin, his Concerto for Guitar and Orchestra, the first movement thereof. The work is dedicated to Angel Romero, who was the guitarist in this performance, along with the London Philharmonic Orchestra under Jesus Lopez Cobos. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain. I've got another guest and some more of his music right after this. Back in early March, Maestro Yoav Talmi was a visitor to the Southland. He came with his orchestra, the Israel Chamber Orchestra, and gave several concerts around here. At that time, we recorded this interview, and I found out a lot about the Israel Chamber Orchestra, which I hadn't known before, and about the maestro himself. Welcome to the KFAC studios.
Thank you.
Tell us about the orchestra. How was it founded, and when, and were you instrumental in it? Back in early March, Maestro Yoav Talmi was a visitor to the Southland. He came with his orchestra, the Israel Chamber Orchestra, and gave several concerts around here. At that time, we recorded this interview, and I found out a lot about the Israel Chamber Orchestra, which I hadn't known before, and about the maestro himself. Welcome to the KFAC studios.
Thank you.
Tell us about the orchestra. How was it founded, and when, and were you instrumental in it?
No, I was not instrumental. I was just a student of conducting at that time. The orchestra was formed in 1965 by Maestro Gary Bertini, who was at that time my teacher at the Academy of Music in Tel Aviv. As you know, he was later the music advisor of the Detroit Symphony Orchestra. So the orchestra exists now about 23 years, and along the years, after 10 years of Bertini, Luciano Berio, the Italian composer, was musical director for 4 years. Barshai, who came from Russia, who was a conductor of the Moscow Chamber Orchestra, took over for 4 years. And then I took over from Barshai after a little period where they had no musical director. So this is my fourth season as musical director of the orchestra. And the orchestra was formed in Israel for the sole purpose of bringing in Tel Aviv, which is the biggest city in Israel, the repertoire that the Israel Philharmonic does not perform. So maybe in some ways it is similar to the situation here in LA, where you have two big orchestras, the LA Philharmonic and the Chamber. The repertoire is very different.
You mentioned earlier that you had conducted the Los Angeles Chamber Orchestra
Yes.
at concerts. When did that take place?
That was in November.
Of 1987.
This last November,
Yeah.
yes, 87. I conducted concerts in the Wiltern Theater and also in the Ambassador Auditorium in Pasadena. The program consisted of Beethoven's Second Symphony at the end, and we started with a Hindemith Kammermusik, Opus 24, which, by the way, I play with the Israel Chamber Orchestra on that tour, but not here in Los Angeles. And the soloist then was Ralph Kirschbaum, who played the Schumann Cello Concerto.
I imagine that just as in America, an orchestra will feature works by American composers, so in Israel, you will feature works by Israeli ones. Correct? Yeah.
Correct. Not only I conduct every year several works by Israeli composers, but I take it as my responsibility to commission each year one or two new works from Israeli composers, which we performed in a world premiere. This is one of the tasks that we are proud to do, as much as we see it as almost a missionary, that when we go on tour abroad, and the Israel Chamber Orchestra tours a lot, we always take at least one Israeli work on the tour, because we feel it's our duty to show the world what is being done in Israel in the field of contemporary music.
Are you yourself a product of conservatory training in music?
Yes, it is. It is very similar to what you have here in the States, with maybe the addition that many children in Israel do not have the financial possibilities to find the best teachers, yet they have an enormous talent. So for that there is a big foundation which headed by Isaac Stern, and it's called the America Israel Cultural Foundation, and they help by giving scholarships to those who come to audition and found very talented, and they help them to get the best teaching, the best education in music in Israel that otherwise they couldn't possibly afford.
Are these scholarships or is this help for training in Israel? Don't a lot of them come to this country as well?
Well, the main thing is, first of all, in Israel, to help them to study. Those who, after several years, distinguish themselves and really show an exceptional talent. People like Zuckerman and Perlman and Shlomo Mintz, and I can name more. Miriam Fried, if you're familiar with the name, the violinist, and Joseph Kallichstein. I myself was one of those who received a scholarship to study abroad. And it was then that I chose Juilliard School of Music. That was after I already finished the Israel Academy of Music in Tel Aviv. And so when I came to Juilliard, I already was in the postgraduate studies. And without the help of the American Israel Cultural Foundation, it would have been terribly difficult. It was still very difficult, even with the help.
The others that you mentioned have decided to reside outside Israel. Is that not true? Why is that, do you suppose?
Well,
is it difficult? Is it difficult to make a living in music in Israel today?
Well, Israel, it's not only relative, but in absolute terms, it's a very small country, first of all. And secondly, it's far. It's far from the centers where the big happenings occur. I mean, it's not London, and it's not Vienna, and it's not New York.
So if you want to make an international career, it's difficult.
Yes, you
because
see,
of
you
distance?
know about few that stayed here because their career demanded that. But obviously, those who return to Israel have a little bit less known names. You don't know about them, but they are people who return to Israel. I myself, after I finished here, I stayed many, many years conducting abroad, and I was musical director of an orchestra in Holland for 10 years, and I was later on principal guest conductor of the Munich Philharmonic in Germany. And my return to Israel was indeed very much tied to the fact that I was appointed musical director of the Israel Chamber Orchestra. Now, I wanted to return to Israel, and that's why I accepted the job. If I wouldn't want to return to Israel, I could easily stay with another job somewhere else.
What are your own affinities in music? What do you like particularly to conduct?
Oh, I love to conduct good music, but if you press me hard, I will. I have a special affinity with Mahler. I have a very special affinity with Schumann. For me to conduct, to perform well a Schumann symphony is far more exciting than any Mendelssohn or Schubert symphony by comparison. Yes.
Have you recorded any Schumann with the Israel Chamber?
No, because the orchestra is
It's
really
too
a
small.
bit too small for Schumann symphonies, but I'm looking forward to record Schumann symphonies with one of the bigger orchestras. I'm now in a process of recording Bruckner symphonies with the Oslo Philharmonic, which is a wonderful orchestra, and I do have a special love also for Bruckner. But that doesn't mean at all that I have less love for Mozart or Beethoven or Brahms. I do really, or for that matter, French music. So I perform all what I really call a very good music.
Of course. What instrument did you begin with when you were first studying as a child?
My first instrument, believe or not, was an instrument called harmonium, which
Really?
most people are not familiar at all.
How did you start out as
Well,
a
it's
harmoniist?
Because it was the only instrument that my father found for me in the small kibbutz where I was born, and he was the music teacher that I studied with. And then I transferred to a piano. Then I was kind of a wunderkind in piano. When I was 13 years old, I already performed as pianist with orchestras in Israel. It was about when I was 15 that I found that whenever I hear any symphony of Beethoven or Brahms on the radio or on the record player, which was then 78, I couldn't sit quiet. I got so excited. I had to move and to conduct the music with the head, with the hands, with the body, with everything else. And I started then to buy scores. I remember that the first score I bought was Brahms' Fourth Symphony. The second score was Beethoven Eroica.
Was it difficult to convince people that you really should be a conductor rather than a pianist?
Yes, well, first of all, my parents and everyone around me were very sorry. They thought, obviously, I must go into a brilliant career of a pianist.
But saying my son, the conductor, wasn't what they had in mind.
Well, going to at the age of 15, thinking about conducting, it seems something very vague. You don't know, will it materialize, yes or no, and to be a pianist, you need a piano, and it's relatively easy to get. You can have it at your home. To be a conductor, you need an orchestra, and that's a bit more difficult to get. But you must understand that the financial possibilities in Israel were that studying conducting meant to study the scores in my head and to conduct to the most pianists who played in the classes.
What was your reaction when you first conducted a real orchestra?
The real orchestra that I first conducted was when I arrived to New York and made my entrance examination to at the Juilliard School of Music. I was horrified. First of all, my English was at that time very bad. You know that my mother tongue is Hebrew. We spoke in Israel. And I have never conducted a full orchestra before. And here I come. 30 candidates came for this audition, which we know that John Morel, who was at that time the teacher, would accept 3.
Did you know solfège yourself? Had you been raised knowing
Yes.
solfège?
And how?
Yeah.
And this saved me, because not only I knew solfège, I knew it in the French system, because this is with the do-re-mi system,
Yes.
with the dièse and bemol and bekar,
Yeah.
which is how we do it in Israel.
Mhm.
And the story was like that I, after doing dictations and clef readings
Transpositions,
at the piano and all this, we came to the final stage, which was to conduct with the orchestra, with the Juilliard Orchestra. I remember the works. It was the Eroica.
Mhm.
It was Haydn Symphony Number 99. It was Petrushka, and it was L'après-midi, Debussy. This is just an entrance examination, you can imagine.
Right.
And the orchestra was fabulous. It was the best orchestra. You
Now
know,
these are
all
Juilliard
the
students.
best people, Juilliard students were
Who have been
sitting-
trained by Morel, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And I started to conduct, and they sound fabulous. And I've never conducted before. And I
Right.
didn't think there is one word that I should add, because it was so wonderful
Right.
from the first reading.
Yeah.
And after conducting some, I don't know, 5 minutes,
Yeah.
for me it seemed like 5 hours, he stopped me and he said in French, "But my dear fellow, you must work, not conduct, but work."
Mhm.
I was in big trouble, because I didn't know, first of all, how to talk in English with
Right.
them. I
Mhm.
was so confused.
Mhm.
And I started again, and again I just conducted.
Was this the
I
Eroica
could-
you were doing now?
Yes,
Mhm.
the Eroica. And he taught me again with the same French writing accent at that time.
Yeah.
And at the end, out of desperation, I said to the players, "Do that." And I started to sing, and I sang with solfège.
Mhm.
And I was later convinced that this is one of the things that saved me. Morel was so happy finally to see someone who comes from culture, who could sing with do re mi fa sol system, and I was in. I was so happy.
Well, you have come a long way since those days. You now have an orchestra that you conduct regularly. That
Yes.
orchestra is the Israel Chamber Orchestra.
Yes.
We've been talking with Maestro Yoav Talmi, who was visiting KFAC back in March when his orchestra was on tour. And we're going to stop now and listen to some music, and thank you so much for telling us about yourself.
Thank you.
Music by Tchaikovsky, played by the Israel Chamber Orchestra under the direction of its musical director, who was also a guest on tonight's show. His name, Yoav Talmi. And from Tchaikovsky's Souvenir of Florence, Opus 70, we heard the Adagio movement and the Allegretto movement, the second and third movements thereof. I might mention that Maestro Talmi will be coming back to the Southland several times this year. In October, January, March, and May, he'll be conducting the San Diego Symphony Orchestra. In October, his program includes music by Ravel, Fauré, Saint-Saëns, whose cello concerto will be played by Janos Starker, and one of the maestro's favorite composers, Schumann, will be represented by the Third Symphony, the Rhenish. Thanks to both guests this evening, Lalo Schifrin and Yoav Talmi. And thanks, as always, to Betty Jo Wright. I'm Mary Fain, and I invite you to join me again next Friday evening at 7 o'clock for another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. This program was sponsored by AT&T. In long-distance services, information systems, telephones, and computers, AT&T, the right choice. Good evening, and welcome to another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine, a look at the diverse activities of the Los Angeles Music Center. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be back in a moment with my lineup of guests for the evening. But first, this word from AT&T, the right choice. Tonight we'll be talking with Vladimir Ashkenazy, with Mark Foster, president of In the Wings, and with Vice Consul John Holton from the British Consulate here in Los Angeles. The distinguished pianist-conductor Vladimir Ashkenazy arrived in Los Angeles earlier this month to conduct music by Shostakovich and Beethoven, to conduct the Los Angeles Philharmonic at the Music Center. This weekend, he returns to the Music Center, this time as a pianist. He's going to give the U.S. premiere of Andre Previn's Piano Concerto. Mr. Previn will conduct music by Strauss and Debussy. Welcome, hearty welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Where else have you played this concerto?
We played it, I think, 2 years ago in London. That was the world premiere.
Mm-hmm.
We played it 3 times in England, actually. The world premiere, actually, to be absolutely truthful, was in Nottingham.
In Nottingham?
Yes, and then we played it in Cardiff and then in London.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the most difficult, 1 being the easiest, roughly what number would you assign to Previn's concerto?
Oh, it's between the middle and 10, somewhere
Really?
there.
Really?
Yes, it's difficult,
Is it?
but it's not unplayable. He's a very good pianist, so he
Yes.
knows what lies well and what is playable. And he wrote a beautiful piece for the piano.
Did he write the concerto with you in mind?
Yes, I begged him to write the concerto for me for many years, and he always delayed it and postponed it and everything, and finally he did write it for me. He didn't dedicate it to me, dedicated it to his present wife, but I'm still grateful he wrote it for me.
Do you feel when you play it that it was written with your hand in mind?
Yes.
Really?
Definitely, yes. He even asked me what stretch I have. And
Can you tell us something about the concerto? Its mood, its style? Is it a romantic work? How would you characterize it?
It has so many facets somehow. It's very difficult to describe it. I think, first of all, it's a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's what is the first thing that came to my mind when I looked at it and learned it. It's fun to play. It's transparently orchestrated. It's sort of almost graphic. There is not much sort of Brucknerish stuff in it. It's all very transparent, very clear, with rather up-to-date language. Not terribly romantic, but not unromantic either.
Mm-hmm.
There are some allusions to French orchestration, some allusions to Prokofiev's melodic material, but altogether it amounts to a very entertaining piece of music.
Was the allusion to Prokofiev because of you? Because Ashkenazy was going to play it?
I don't think so.
No.
I think Andrei loves Prokofiev.
Okay.
And it's almost unconscious, like for instance when Richard Strauss wrote his Metamorphosen.
Yes.
I'm sure that in the first few bars he used a motive from Beethoven's Eroica.
Yes.
Almost. I'm sure not even on purpose. It just came, And then he quotes Eroica at the very end of that piece. Well, things happen. There are coincidences, there are deliberate quotations, and all that. I'm sure in Andres' case it's not deliberate, but it's sort of affectionate allusion, I would say.
That's a nice way of putting it. Is your choice of orchestral repertoire along the same lines as your choice as a pianist? Do you have the same affinities as a conductor as you do as a pianist?
Yeah, I think so, except that lots of composers didn't write much for the piano,
of course.
and others didn't write much for the orchestra. So obviously I don't conduct Chopin very much. And I love Chopin.
Yes.
I love Richard Strauss, but there is almost nothing for the piano again. And I love conducting that. Sibelius too. I mean, what he wrote for the piano is really trifles. So I'm delighted to conduct his music, and so on and so forth. So some affinities overlap, and some obviously go a long way away from the piano. I have very varied tastes in music.
Yes.
Not even tastes, I would say, but varied interests.
Have your tastes or interests in music changed over the years of your career?
Well, you know,
they have
just
remained
like
fairly
yours,
constant.
probably.
Yeah.
I mean, our outlooks on life sort of change little by little. And some things mean to us more, some things mean to us less. Yes, I suppose I'm sort of developing. I don't know, for the better or for the worse, but things change in me like in everybody else.
Where will you be going when you leave Los Angeles this trip? What's your next stop?
I'm going basically home to Europe, to Switzerland.
Are your children musicians? How many do you have?
5 children.
Uh-huh.
My eldest is a pianist.
Yes.
Actually, he played here in Hollywood Bowl with the LA Philharmonic.
Really?
About 2 summers ago, I believe. He played very well, they tell me.
You didn't come for his Hollywood Bowl premiere?
I wasn't here, no. I couldn't come. My third child, who's also a son, he plays the clarinet, and another child, girl, she plays the flute. So I have 3 musicians, but I have only now 3 children living with us. So the pianist is already on his own, another one is on her own. So now I have woodwinds at home.
Well, you can maybe play some sonatas, if not do piano work.
Maybe there isn't that much for those and the piano, not like for strings instruments.
When your pianist son was growing up, still living at home, did he find having you for a father intimidating? Was he reluctant to play for you? And
I think he did.
Yeah.
Basically, but he still played for me because I asked him to play for me. Sometimes I found it necessary because I very often heard him practice.
Yeah.
Just inevitably because I was there in the same house, and I had to correct him sometimes. So I insisted that I give him some suggestions.
Did he object when you corrected him?
No, he didn't object. But then he had his own teacher, and quite rightly he decided that he would try to escape my influence rather than to be under my influence. And I think it's a very good decision. So people say that he plays with his own attitude to music, which is great. That's what it should be. But even so, I try to help him when I can, not to inflict upon him my ideas, but to tell him what would be more organic to play, or some technical suggestions I gave him, and all sort of things that are not necessarily influence, but just helpful suggestions. And I think we're good friends.
Yeah. So you speak to him then as one colleague to another?
Yes, absolutely. But that's, I believe, if you teach, if you have students, that's the way you should speak.
Do you teach?
No, I don't teach.
You don't have the time for that, or the
not much interest. Not much interest. But you know, there is a very thin line, in fact, between having a student and giving your ideas to a student, rehearsing with an orchestra, because you also have to put across your ideas to the orchestra, and not always just by conducting. Very often by just telling them what you would like the orchestra to sound. It's not teaching. It's really putting across what you want to hear from them. You see, and it's not that easy. Actually, it's very difficult sometimes. Just trying to articulate, trying to put sounds into words. You know, it's not very easy. So I very often sing.
Well, yes.
And the same with the student. It's not teaching. It's really trying to explain what you want to hear from the student. The difference is only that with a great orchestra, you don't need to tell them anything, how to do things technically, because they know how to do that. But with a student, you have to, of course, tell him that there's wrong fingering here, or you're making it sort of a wrong
you're making
phrase,
it difficult
or this
for
or
yourself,
that, and just help him professionally, simply, mechanically.
Why did you go into conducting in the first place? Did you feel the piano was no longer a challenge to you?
No, there's nothing to do with that. This was simply a great, very deep affection for the symphony orchestra and for the repertoire for the symphony orchestra. I never was dreaming of conducting. I wasn't interested in standing on the podium and conducting. That came only because at some point I felt like so much being a part of it that I couldn't resist it.
Interesting.
The glamour and everything that goes with being a conductor, which I know has a special glamour in the eyes of many people, did not attract me.
No, it's actually a very arduous profession.
Well, of
Extremely
course. Well,
difficult.
if you take things seriously, everything is difficult.
That's true. Are we taking this interview seriously?
I am.
Well, is it difficult?
Difficult? Yes, because if you want to answer questions honestly, and with certain validity. You have to choose the words, and that's difficult.
I apologize. I am teasing you just a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, you see, I
I'm
took that
sorry.
seriously
Okay.
too. Some people criticize me a lot for being too serious in life, genuinely.
Yeah.
And I accept it. So I try to be not too serious sometimes, but it's very difficult for me. That's also difficult, not to be serious if you mean to be serious. You see, now it's all inverted.
Yes. Do you conduct orchestras from the keyboard in the smaller concertos, in Mozart and
Mozart, some Beethoven, yes. I've done a lot of that.
Do you enjoy that, or is that more?
Yes.
You don't find it frustrating not to be able to devote your full energies to conducting or your full energies to piano, but always to be caught between the demands of both?
Well, the full energy actually goes to playing the piano at that moment, because that's the most exposed element there, and only I am responsible for that. The orchestra people are wonderful accompanying me while I'm playing. There is a little shortcoming that while I'm playing, I cannot really bring out some things from the orchestra because I'm simply unable, because I have to play.
Yes.
But the tutti I do as a conductor, and that's my responsibility. So that's the only shortcoming. When I play, there isn't much I can do with the orchestra. The ensemble will be there. They play together with me, because usually I play with really great groups. The balance will be good, because I'll tell them that if they're too loud, I'll tell them that, they won't play too loud. But sometimes I miss bringing some voices while I play, so that's difficult. Not difficult, that's
frustrating.
Not frustrating, it's a pity.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. You also play with great groups as a chamber musician. Were you always interested in chamber music when you were growing up, when you were first starting out in music?
I always loved music as such, whether chamber or not. There's so much great music written for the small ensembles. It's fantastic.
In your training, there was no emphasis on solo work rather than chamber work? I mean, both were considered important and necessary for your developing career?
No, basically we're trained in Russia as soloists. But there was a chamber class in the conservatory. I had to play sonatas with my friends. I didn't go through all the repertoire. I only did that much later when I met Itzhak Perlman and Lynn Harrell, and we've gone through lots and lots of trios and sonatas, and now I played almost everything for those combinations. But there's still a few pieces that I would still like to play before I collapse.
Which?
Well, for instance, I've never played the Brahms Quintet, which I really would love to play. And Brahms trios I haven't played yet, which I'd love to play. But there isn't that much left. I hope I'll still be able to learn that and play.
I gather that you and Andrei Previn have known each other for a long time, have been friends for a long time?
Yes. I met him first in, I think it was 1962 in Los Angeles when he came to my concert. It was still at the Old Philharmonic downtown. And I remember we had a party together after that. I think, yes, it was at Brony Caper's house.
Yes.
And Andrew was very complimentary, and we became good friends straight away. And I remember very well, I knew that he was a terrific musician, and I knew that he was a pianist as well, and a composer and everything. And I knew that he recorded a record of some rather modern pieces, and I can't remember now what they were. And I asked him, Andrew, could you please send me that record? I would like to have it in my collection. He never sent it to me. And when many years after that we met again, and I asked him why did he never send the record to me, he forgot or something. He said, no, he said, I never forgot, but I was too embarrassed to send you my record after hearing your concert. That was the greatest compliment I heard.
That's a nice story.
And I'm sure he didn't need to be embarrassed. I'm sure it was a wonderful record. But it was, I was sort of very gratified, very flattered.
When did you first sit down and try and play pianos together, play duo pianos? How did that come about? Was it done sort of as fun?
No, we never played two pianos together until I said, Andre, we must record Rachmaninoff suites for two pianos, because I can't imagine having a better partner for those pieces. He said, all right, I'll learn them. We'll record it. So I asked Decca Records, London Records in this country, if they'd like to do it. They said, yes, great idea. So he had to learn it.
Right.
Because we had a date for our recording, and even a date for a concert to try it out. So that was the first time. We just came, we got together the day before the concert, rehearsed all day, then played the concert, and then recorded it.
Wonderful.
And he was fantastic, I must tell you.
You and he share another musical delight, and that is accompanying singers. He accompanied Soderstrom a couple of nights ago here in Los Angeles. You have also worked with her?
Yes, a lot. We recorded all the Rachmaninoff songs, 84 songs or something, on 5 LPs. I think they're deleted by now, but I played many concerts with her. Last season in New York, we had the recital in Carnegie Hall.
I once asked Andrei Previn if he himself sang at all, and he winced at the very thought.
No, I don't think he ever
And
had.
how about you?
No.
You don't accompany yourself in lieder at the keyboard?
No, I don't think I have a voice. No.
But you sing to the orchestra.
Well, I always tell them, now listen
Yeah,
to my
right.
wonderful singing, and they all laugh. I sing for the musical message.
Yes.
But it's terrible singing.
It is.
Absolutely
All right.
terrible.
Then I
but
won't
they get the message. That's the main thing.
Then I won't ask you to sing for us right
No.
now. But we are going to listen to you play right now. We're going to listen to some of that recording of the Rachmaninoff Suite with you and Maestro Andrei Previn. We've been talking this evening with Vladimir Ashkenazy, and thank you so much for sharing with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
The final movement of Rachmaninoff's second suite for two pianos, the suite Opus 17. The title of that movement, Tarantella, and the performers Vladimir Ashkenazy and Andrei Previn. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be back with another guest right after this. Visiting the KFAC studios this evening is Mark Foster. Mark is president of something called In the Wings. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
Tell me, what is In the Wings?
Mary, In the Wings is a group which was founded by the Music Center back in 1981. And the idea behind the group was to start a support group which would be geared towards younger working professionals who had an interest in the Music Center and wanted to make a contribution, but may not have been able to fit into the schedules of some of the support groups which tended in those days to meet primarily during the week, during the day, for luncheons or morning meetings. Our membership, which tends to range in age from 25 to the late 30s, generally we're all working at those hours, and so it wasn't easy to become a member of one of the other Music Center volunteer groups because of the meeting schedules and so forth which were established.
So now you meet at hours convenient to working persons. But what is it that you do during these meetings?
Well, what we do during the meetings, obviously, with the meetings that meet regularly would be the board of directors, which is a group of about 30. The group itself, which right now counts about 85 to 90 people as members, was organized primarily as a friend-raising group, is how we kind of classify ourselves at the Music Center. We're not out necessarily to raise funds, but we're out to kind of build the next generation of support for the Music Center. The way we've done that for the past 7 years is by sponsoring the Music Center Sampler Series, which gives Music Center patrons an opportunity to buy a season ticket which allows them to attend a number of different performances by various resident companies. As you know, we have a number of resident companies
Yes.
at the Music Center. So instead of buying, for example, a season ticket just to the Los Angeles Philharmonic or just to the Amundsen or to the Mark Taper Perform, our subscribers buy a season ticket which includes a performance of the Philharmonic, a performance at the Mark Taper.
You sort of spread it out.
Yeah, and we spread it out that way.
How do you determine which events will be on any one given series?
Well, the first thing we wanted to do was to include all three facilities. In other words, the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, the Mark Taper Forum, and the Amundsen, that we would expose people to the three theaters that are located at the Music Center. Originally, we bought tickets as a group, and we would attend one particular night. We'd look at the schedule for the Philharmonic and try to find a program that would appeal to the widest variety of possible subscribers, and then we'd go and purchase tickets on a group basis. What we do now, because we've grown to the point where we're buying 4,000 to 5,000 tickets a year, is we've had to go, in essence, and become season ticket subscribers as a group. In other words, In the Wings now buys from the Los Angeles Philharmonic close to 800 season tickets on Series L, which is a Saturday night performance. Then we rearrange all of the tickets we buy as season tickets from the Philharmonic and the Amundsen, for example, and repackage them into the sampler series so that our subscribers, in essence, get one-fourth of our Philharmonic subscription and so forth.
Now, you started off, I think, by saying that there are about 90 members now to In the Wings.
Right, there are about 90.
And you mentioned 5,000 tickets, so obviously someone can buy those tickets other than just
the members. Right, it's not just the
Yeah.
members. The members, in fact, have an obligation in the group of buying 2 subscriptions themselves and selling another 2 subscriptions. So each member is...
Okay, that's 360. What
right,
about the rest?
has basically got a commitment to do that. Well, first of all, a subscription is for, in other words, 8 tickets in total.
I see.
Because you're buying a pair, and so that's 8 tickets. But most of our members, in fact, sell more than what they're obligated to sell.
Does In the Wings membership get together and just have fun from time to time still?
We do. And I think that's one of the things that people look forward to during the course of the year. We have 3 social events that are formal and planned on the calendar. One is in the spring, where we welcome our new members, and that's normally a nice sit-down type of a dinner that we do in an unusual location. We've done it at the Getty Museum, and we've done it up at Griffith Observatory. Then in the summer, normally in late July, early August, we'll put together a dinner in the Founders Room down at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, which is kind of a nice opportunity for people to get into a facility that they're not always able to visit. And that's where we officially kick off the Sampler Series sales season.
Right.
And we'll tell the members what's included in this year's Sampler Series, what modifications or additions have been made. It's changed quite a bit in the 7 years that it's been around. And then we conclude the Sampler Series sales period normally in October, late October, very first weekend of November, with a cocktail party where we celebrate the successful sales. And at all of our events, we always have one of the artistic directors from one of the resident companies to be a guest, and we'll arrange some type of an entertainment to come in and present something that happens to be late and new from the Music Center.
If any of our listeners want to join In the Wings, do you have a telephone number you can give them?
I think the best telephone number for them to contact would be to contact me at my office, and the number to use there would be 213 area code 623-7488.
And just ask for you.
Ask for me, yeah, that rings into my office, and my assistant is a nice gal by the name of Billy Sire, and she'll either pick up the phone or else I'll pick up the phone, and we'll be happy to give anyone information they'd be looking for.
Great. Sounds good. We've been talking with Mark Foster, who's the president of In the Wings, and if you want more information about getting In the Wings yourself, give that number a call. Thanks very much for coming down, Mark.
Thank you.
We're going to pause for a minute and listen to some music.
The composer of that rondo, John Field, late 18th, early 19th century composer, a rondo in A-flat major for keyboard and strings. The keyboard in question, a Hammerflügel, don't ask. The soloist Eckhard Zellheim and Franz Josef Meyer conducted the Collegium Aureum, everybody playing on original instruments. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. My name is Mary Fain, and when I come back, one more guest. UKLA arrived in town a couple of weeks ago. We'll continue through the end of April. Lots to do, celebrating British arts. And visiting the studios this evening is the Vice Consul for Information of the British Consulate. His name is John Holton. Welcome.
Thank you.
Are you in an uproar over there?
Well, let's say we're in a state of splendid ferment and excitement about it all.
It sounds very Handelian.
We're having a very rapid but exciting time, making sure everything opens on time, making sure that the artists are being properly looked after, making sure the exhibitions get hung, and making sure that everybody knows what's going on.
So it sounds like everyone over there is wearing many different hats,
That's
dashing
right,
about.
yes.
Well, I suppose the item of most immediate interest to our listeners would be the visit of their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of York. They are in town and will be here for how long?
They're going to be with us in Los Angeles for about a week, and they've come to Los Angeles because they're the patrons of UKLA 88, and we wanted to show them something of what the festival was all about.
What will they be viewing while they're here?
Well, we're going to try and show them a cross-section of the attractions that are on at this time. It's really very difficult because there are so many things that we would like to show them. Some are on at different times, and we can't even squeeze everything in that's on at this particular time.
Yeah. I think a lot of non-royal listeners are having the same problem. There is really so much to do in this festival.
That's right. Hopefully most of the events go on for a period of time, so you've got a chance to visit one exhibition one week and another one another week. The royals unfortunately can't do that. So we are going to see the David Hockney exhibition at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. We're also going to take a look at the David Mack sculpture installation at UCLA. We're also going to find time to do a welcome with the city of Los Angeles, which is going to include a performance by Los Lobos, the famous Hispanic group, with some other more American music on that occasion. And we're going to take them to see Anglophilia, a look at British design at the California Museum of Science and Industry. We're going to see the Design and Art Directors Show at the Pacific Design Center. And we're going to have a gala evening to send the whole thing off.
And they presumably will have some time to rest in between all of these. It's a very, very full schedule you've given them. I had understood that they were going to attend the Mikado during one of its performances here. Is that no longer with us?
Would that we could, but unfortunately the Mikado doesn't start in time. The performances are after they will have left. But we are going to go to the Music Center because they have asked to attend a concert by the Los Angeles Philharmonic under Andre Previn.
Oh, wonderful. Are there any events that they will be attending, any places that Andrew and Fergie will be, where the general public can get a glimpse of them, should they be so inclined?
Well, we hope so, because one of the things we've been told is they particularly would like to meet the people of Los Angeles, and if the people of Los Angeles would like to see them, two good opportunities would be at City Hall tomorrow morning about 11 o'clock. And there's another opportunity in the Arcadia area, because one of the places they're going to is the Pavilion Supermarket there, which is doing a mammoth Food from Britain promotion, which is on Monday in the afternoon.
Okay. One of the exhibits that you mentioned just a couple of sentences ago was the Anglophilia exhibit.
That's right.
Tell us about that.
Well, Anglophilia, or a look at British design, is something we really are rather proud of. We thought that Britain does a great deal in design these days, and has been doing for the last 50 years. And we should provide some opportunity for people to have a look at it. So Stephen Bailey, who runs the Design Museum in London, has curated a show which revolves around 25 objects which have had a great deal of influence around the world in terms of design, which are British.
For example?
A vintage MG car.
Ah, I used to have one of those.
Right. Well, I think we all have had an MG
Yes.
car at one stage.
Right.
But with that is a new Range Rover and a new Jaguar as examples of contemporary design.
Mhm.
There's also, for example, Paintbox, which is the new magic electronic instrument for graphics on television. Zandra Rhodes, a dress by Zandra Rhodes. A David Chambers suit for men. Then there is a London Underground map made in 1932, which is the original design for finding your way around London's underground system. It's still used today. It was developed by somebody in the drafting department in 1932 and is a great example of design which is still working 50 years later.
The system has not been extended
The
since
system
then.
has been extended. They've added on
They've
all the
added on, I
extensions,
see.
but the basic plan is still the same.
Remains the same. Are there any objects in the show which are pre-20th century?
No, by design. He's starting it in the mid-30s and coming up to the 80s.
But surely Britons have invented
Yes.
superb design
What
artifacts
Stephen
before
Bailey
that.
is saying is that out of the 19th century
Uh-huh.
and he likes to say that there's two streams. One is the kind of industrialization. The other stream is country living.
Mhm.
And the two, and its craftsmanship and its handwork over the generations.
Mhm.
And out of this two streams have come British design in the mid to late 20th century.
Hmm.
And that is what he feels Anglophilia should be all about.
I mentioned earlier when I was introducing you that you are a producer of television programs. Tell us about those.
That's right.
What are they?
We wanted to do a series of television programs called Focus on Britain, which would allow us to show different aspects of Britain today. So we've completed a series of 13 half hours, and they cover a variety of subjects. We've done one on the arts,
Mhm.
which had, for example, Simon Rattle in it. We've done one on design in Britain, which is all about contemporary design from fashion to architecture.
Mhm.
One on Scotland. We have one upcoming, which is on food from Britain. Not a subject that I think Americans automatically think we're good at, but you'd be surprised what you could find in Britain these days.
Everyone from Britain gets a bit defensive around this time.
I know,
yeah.
yes. We feel that our cuisine these days is being underrated. It's time we did something about it.
What do you have on your theatre?
We had Jeremy Irons talking about working in the Royal Shakespeare Company,
Mm.
Charlton Heston talking about acting in front of a London audience,
Mhm.
and Terry Hands talking about the connections of the Royal Shakespeare Company within the United States.
What time does this series air?
The series airs in Los Angeles on Sunday mornings at 10 o'clock on Channel 11.
So our listeners can watch the show at 10 o'clock Sunday mornings and then take off after a leisurely breakfast or during a leisurely breakfast. Americans eat as they run, you know, and take in some of the UK-LA exhibits, such as this Anglophilia one, which really sounds neat. Where is the Museum of Science and Industry?
Museum of Science and Industry is near the University of Southern California, Exposition Park, and it's a beautiful museum. We happen to be inhabiting part of Egerton Hall with Anglophilia, and the other part of Egerton Hall has a Science and Technology 88 exhibition from Britain, which is the latest developments that we're doing in science and medical research.
We've been talking with John Holton, who's the Vice Consul of Information, and it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Mary.
Enjoy the rest of the festival. And we're going to sit back one last time this evening and hear some music. Dramatic music by Henry Purcell here on KFAC, featuring trumpeter Wynton Marsalis and the English Chamber Orchestra conducted by Raymond Lepard. My guests this evening have been Vladimir Ashkenazy, Mark Foster, and John Holton, and hearty thanks to all of them.
I'm Mary Fain, and I invite you to join me next Friday evening at 7 for another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. This program was sponsored by AT&T. In long-distance services, information systems, telephones, and computers, AT&T, the right choice. Good evening, and welcome to another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine, a look at the arts in Southern California, highlighting the diverse activities of the Los Angeles Music Center. I'm Mary Fain, your host for the next hour, and I'll be back in just a moment with my lineup of guests for the evening. But first, this word from AT&T, the right choice. Hello once again. Tonight we'll be talking with the General Director of Long Beach Opera, Michael Malensky, with Karen Feynman, who's in the cast of Les Miserables, and with Mo Gaffney, half of the Kathy and Mo show, now underway at the Los Angeles Theater Center. For most of us, opera is a 19th century phenomenon, maybe permitting a few excursions a bit before that to include Mozart. But opera began long before that. It began in the beginning of the 17th century with a man named Claudio Monteverdi. And in 1640, he wrote an opera which is having a revival at Long Beach Opera tonight and for 3 more performances. The name of the opera is The Return of Ulysses. And a bit earlier this week, we discussed the opera with the General Director of Long Beach Opera. His name is Michael Malensky. And he took some time out from his heavy and busy and hectic production schedule to come visit the KFAC studios. Welcome.
Thank you. It's delightful to be here.
Tell me about Ulysses and why you thought it was significant to bring it back.
The Long Beach Opera in 1984 produced Monteverdi's The Coronation of Poppaea. It was a tremendous hit in Los Angeles and Long Beach. At that point, we performed it at the Royce Hall as well. The discovery of the local audiences of Monteverdi was they were amazed at what essentially an antique opera could do, its power and its ability to move an audience, a modern audience. The Monteverdi has 3 operas that we have today. There were more, but there are 3 that exist: the Coronation of Poppaea, the Return of Ulysses, and the Orfeo.
The Orfeo being the earliest.
Being the early one. So, because of the success of the Coronation of Poppaea, and because Monteverdi is such a great opera composer, and we're an opera company, you add those 2 things together and realize that we're doing the Return of Ulysses this year, and we're projecting Orfeo for 2 years from now. So there's a whole cycle of Monteverdi happening in Long Beach.
What do you think it is about Poppaea and Ulysses that is so noteworthy, so exciting to a modern opera audience?
Monteverdi had tremendous sensitivity to dramatic situations. In Poppaea, the thrilling sexuality and politics, and the politics of sex. In The Return of Ulysses, the incredible drama of a man and a woman being reunited after 20 years of having been apart, each having suffered greatly during those 20 years, each having learned a tremendous amount during those 20 years, and the reestablishing of that relationship is an incredible dramatic situation that Monteverdi, because of his enormous compassion for human beings, also, which is the whole breadth of the Poppaea, the Ulysses. It's just powerful theater in situations that we all know, feel, and understand. If you go off to war, this is what Ulysses did. You come home, you have not only to reestablish your relationships, you have to redefine yourself in the world. You have a tremendous adjustment to make. All of this is the situation, the dramatic situation of the Return of Ulysses.
What about musical forms? Can we expect arias, recitatives? What can we look forward to in Monteverdi?
Basically 2 things. Dramatic narrations. more than anything else, the great moment are these dramatic narrations. There's the aria form. It's rather, instead of aria, it's rather more arioso. The musical line itself, it moves along with the drama itself as it moves along, without returning to a musical structure.
So it's all through composed then?
It's through composed with coloration and expansion of emotion through the use of the voice as the drama progresses.
Are you doing this in English?
This is in English, yes.
With Italian supertitles?
No. Well, there's always that thought, and we talk about doing that each time. Take something like this that's intimately bound up with the Italian language and render it into English is a very, I mean, talk about risk. There's your risk. And with the Popea, we succeeded. No question, we succeeded, and we hope that our English performance will be equally powerful of this one.
Can you tell us something about the production values for Return of Ulysses?
The setting for this piece, it's very definitely classical. There's a neoclassical sky painted, probably one of the biggest bits of scenic art that any of KFAC listeners who come will have ever seen. This is in the Center Theater. It's an 800-seat theater. It's like the Mark Tabor Forum. In other words, we don't have tremendous amounts of stage machinery to turn the opera into a spectacle. You'll feel classicism very strongly in the treatment of the sky, the treatment of the floor. The natural elements of the beach, of the sea, are very definitely there. It's a colorful production. What we are doing and generally try to do is give you images and symbols that mean something to you, so you can relate to somebody you know from the costume, what station in life they have, how important they are. For example, Neptune in this piece is dressed as Lord Nelson.
That's wonderful. What about musical values? Are you doing this with antique instruments?
Yes, this is, we're the Baroque Philharmonia Orchestra, which resides in San Francisco, is the orchestra for this piece. So the musical approach, performance practice is very definitely Baroque. The instruments that are being played for the production are Baroque, actually Baroque instruments or replicas of Baroque instruments. Nicholas McGagan, who's well known as an early music conductor, is the music director and conductor for the piece.
Who is in it? Give us the names.
Oh, it's a wonderful cast. Jake Gardner is the Ulysses, and Cynthia Clary is Penelope. Now, in real life, Jake and Cynthia are married. Yesterday, the final scene of the opera was staged. I wasn't at the rehearsal, but the reports that came out were astounding of the emotionalism that was in the room, with, in fact, the production staff actually weeping, the performers themselves totally involved in a very personal way.
This seems an enormous amount of effort for an opera which runs, 4 performances? Is what you've got lined up for this year.
Well,
and pretty similar for the one opera of yours I've seen. I haven't been here for too long, but I saw the Szymanowski last season. Do you have any plans for expanding Long Beach Opera season?
In terms of expanding our season, we do 3 operas a season, and we'll keep it at 3 operas. We have no ambitions to perform more. Every production that we do in Long Beach is a new production. They're developed especially for our theaters there. The Center Theater is a very specific space, and consequently productions, you just can't take a production from one theater, another theater someplace in the country, and put it in there. It doesn't fit. So that's where we're headed.
We've been talking this evening with Michael Malensky, who is the General Director of Long Beach Opera. 4 performances of Monteverdi's The Return of Ulysses, at least one of which is sold out, opening this evening, continuing with a Sunday matinee this week and next, and a performance next Thursday evening as well. This interview was recorded earlier. Obviously, with an opening night tonight, you can't expect the maestro to be here. If you wish to order tickets, telephone area 213-596-5556. Thanks very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
We're going to pause for a minute now and listen to music from Elizabethan England.
We've been listening to a group of pieces from the Fitzwilliam Virginal book, The Harpsichordist Zsuzsa Pertis. You're listening to the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain. I'll be back with my next guest right after this. Les Miserables first opened in London in 1985. It came to this country the following year for performances in Washington and then New York, and now it's in Los Angeles. Opening tomorrow night for previews and then opening June 1st for a very, very long run at the Schubert Theater is Les Miserables with an almost all Los Angeles cast, and one of its members is visiting us this evening. Her name is Karen Feynman, and she plays the role of the grown-up Cosette in Les Miserables. Welcome to the studios.
Thank you.
Who is the grown-up Cosette? What does she do? For that matter, what does the child Cosette do?
Well, the child Cosette is the daughter of Fantine, who is one of the main characters in the play, and she is given to a couple of innkeepers to be taken care of, a husband and wife, and treated very badly. And the main character, Jean Valjean, meets Fantine, and she dies, and he promises to take the little Cosette and take care of her. So I play the grown-up Cosette, which is about 8 or 9 years later, after the little Cosette appears on stage.
Which would make you a late teenager?
About 17, 18. And she doesn't know exactly what her past is. She's never been told what went on all those years ago. He's kept it a secret because he is on the run. He's broken his parole. He was a convict. So there's a lot of questions that haven't been answered, is basically what my character is going through during the play.
What are some of the musical highlights that you sing in the play?
Well, one of the songs I sing is called In My Life, and that's after she's met Marius, who is the love interest, who is really her love at first sight. And she sings about these feelings that she's all of a sudden having for the first time in her life, and wondering what's been going on in her past, and wanting to ask her father what these questions, what these answers are. And then the following song is a duet between Marius and I, basically committing our love to one another, and then the next song after that, which is the end of the first act, is where they have to part from each other, and that's a big chorus number which starts as a duet between the two of us, of saying, I'm committed to you, I will be true to you until he comes back from fighting the revolution.
What happens to Cosette at the end of Les Miserables?
Oh, I have to give away the ending. Well,
for those of you who haven't read the book and are waiting for the tone poem,
what happens at the end is Marius does come back. He's wounded on the barricades during the fighting, and her father has gone to bring him home to her. She's not aware of this. After she's married, she is under the impression her father has gone away on a journey, and Marius knows why he's left. It was because he's on the run, and he doesn't want to interfere with her life anymore. He wants her to be free and wants her to have the life that she truly deserves. And the ending is where Marius brings her to her father, and her father's dying, and it's where he's telling her his last confessions of who she is that I'm not your father. Your mother brought me to you to take care of you. And then he dies, and she's left with Marius. And
you could be describing an opera, a grand opera plot of the 19th century that might have been written by Giuseppe Verdi, say. What are some of the other stories that intertwine throughout this adaptation of Hugo's novel?
Well, it starts off with...
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So it starts off... okay. It starts off with the introduction of Jean Valjean, who is the main character, who plays my father. He is in prison, and he's given his leave, and told that he is on parole, by Javert, who's another main character. He's after Jean Valjean the whole time. And it's a story about his life. He changes his identity and becomes a mayor of a town, employs the town, and then the character he meets is Fantine, who's my mother, and then it's a story about her, her life and her love for her daughter, and then another story is about the barricades, the fighting on the barricades of the young students fighting the revolution, and then there's a whole another story about the bad innkeepers, the wicked and evil Thénardiers who were taking care of me and who try to rob our home years later when he's trying to get back at my father for taking me.
So in effect, this is high drama. We are talking we're talking about very operatic type of incidents going on. What musical background do you have when you come to a show like this?
Well,
you've been trained as
I've been trained as a singer and an actress. I've been training singing-wise for 10 years.
Musical comedy singer?
Both pop and musical comedy. I've trained both legitimately for, say, light opera and also for like Broadway musicals, chorus line type singing, that type. The music in the show is phenomenal. It's gorgeous. I mean, it's real, very moving. I mean, I've been in the show, been rehearsing for a month. I've seen the show, I've heard the album, and I'm still constantly moved by the music and always finding parts that I wasn't aware of before that are intertwined all the way through the show that always spring something out of me. And
you enjoy working on it then?
Oh, it's the most incredible experience of my life. Musical theater. Acting life so far.
You're looking forward to coming home from every performance glowing. Right?
I'm sure I will.
And there will be a lot. How many performances will there be a week on this?
8.
Plus a matinee or including?
There is, in June we were having matinees on Wednesdays, Saturdays and Sundays, and performances every night but Mondays. And then starting July 3rd we will have Sunday evening performances and we won't have Wednesday matinees.
Okay, and this is at the Schubert Theater, running for a very long time. Do you think tickets are available at any point?
I think I heard something. Yes, they are.
Then I'll just give this 800 number where people can order tickets. Just wanted to make sure there was some left. 800-233-3123. We've been talking this evening with Karen Feynman from the cast of Les Miserables, which opens to previews tomorrow night, and then a long run starting on June 1st at the Schubert Theater. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We're going to pause for a moment and listen to some music. The overture to the opera Der Freischütz, music by Carl Maria von Weber, played by the Staatskapelle Dresden, conducted by Gustav Kuhn. You're listening to the AT&T Music Center magazine. I'm Mary Fain. We'll be talking in just a moment with Mo Gaffney right after this. For all of April and May, Theater 3 at the Los Angeles Theater Center has been abuzz with a show called The Kathy and Mo Show, Parallel Lives. And it's a two-person show, Kathy Najimy and Mo Gaffney. Visiting the studios this evening is one half of them. I don't know whether she's parallel or lives, and her name is Mo. Welcome, Mo.
Well, thank you, Mary.
The first question, I guess, is what is Mo short for? Missouri?
Mo is short for Morris. No, it's actually short for Maureen. But my mother hates that. She hates that. She's named me Maureen thinking they wouldn't be able to shorten it into a nickname. Boy, did we fool her.
So you chose Mo.
Actually, it was chosen for me by friends of mine. They just started calling me Mo. And then it just grew into this big thing, and now it's like on posters all over the city. Mo, Mo, Mo.
How does it make you feel when you see posters all over the city?
It makes me feel pretty good.
Yeah.
You know, if it's a good picture.
How would you describe the Kathy and Mo show to someone who had never seen it? I have, and I loved it, but suppose you want to give, say, a theater agent an idea of what this show is about. What do you say?
I'd say it's the best damn show you'll ever see, Buster. No.
Yeah,
I would
that's
say,
pretty good.
No. I'd say it's a two-woman theater piece that consists of about anywhere from 8 to 11 or 12 sort of mini plays, let's call them, small plays.
And you've written the material yourself.
Yes, we have. And it's funny and somewhat political, somewhat feminist. Always enjoyable.
That's true, as a matter of fact.
Thank you.
Do your audiences tend, insofar as you can gauge this, has your audience here in Los Angeles tended to be feminist, somewhat political?
Actually, our audience here has been everything you can imagine. You know, every age group, it seems, race, creed, and color, and they've been wonderful. It's because I think our show is going to be the great peacemaker of the 80s now. It's going to be...
You've got 2 years to go.
It's very... Yeah, well, we've got to get going. Yeah. It's a lot of people can enjoy it. I mean, when you first read about it, you think, ugh, feminist, yuck. But people have to realize that feminist doesn't mean bad or threatening or strident.
Or necessarily slanted to a particular viewpoint. Both of you, that is, you and Kathy, have had serious dramatic training, obviously.
Yes.
The skit which remains in my mind, actually, the strongest, is the one in which Kathy takes the role of the man sitting at the bar talking about your boss sending you to Tahiti. She does the most fantastic role-playing of, and both of you are rather sad characters. You're both caught up in a world that you do not like, you know, both the man and the woman in this skit. And it is as revealing a piece of sadness, you know, in the 20th century as I've ever seen. It's just gorgeous to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. Good show.
I worked in that bar that scene takes place in.
When did you work at it?
I worked in it, oh, Lord, probably about now 5 years ago.
Where is it?
It's in San Diego, believe it or not. I came back from...
No names, please.
Yeah, well, it's a totally different bar now. They sold it to someone, and now a lot of young people that are hip hang out there. And it used to be parents of my friends owned the bar, and I worked there, and the same people came in every night. And it was sort of like a Western bar, but a Western bar for 50-year-olds. And it was a real interesting place to work, and it was also a very sad place. But in that sadness, there was this real comradeship people had with each other there, and a real sense of family that they didn't get a lot of other places.
Right.
You know, they knew when they walked in there, they were cared about, and they had a place there. So it was an interesting dichotomy of feeling sorry for these people because, you know, they have to come to this bar, but then having the feeling you get when you get there, which is that everybody knows you, you're welcome there, and regardless of what kind of a place it is, you know.
A kind of sad Cheers, as it were.
Yeah, right, yeah. A different Cheers, that's for sure.
How did you and Kathy meet? And how long have you been doing this?
We've been doing this particular show for 3 years, and we met in San Diego, just within the performing community there. We sort of met once or twice within all the years that we both lived there. And then at one point my house burned down, and my roommate said, let's go to Kathy and Jimmy's house. I said, I want to go to my mom's house. And she said, no, let's go to Kathy and Jimmy's house. So we went to Kathy and Jimmy's house, and she treated us very well, and we laid on the floor. But that night we really had fun together. We really, believe it or not, I just had this big tragedy, but I had fun anyways.
So the two of you started, as it were, doing improvs right there.
Well, yeah. We played around, and we've tried to explain what we did that night to people, and because we thought we were hilarious, but people go, oh, how that's very nice. You know what I mean? It just got to be really late, and it had been a very emotional evening, and it just disintegrated into madness.
And when did this happen?
Geez, this was back in Must be 84,
84.
83. No, 83, probably.
Yeah. And where have you played since then as a team?
Oh, we've played in New York City, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Chicago, San Francisco, San Diego, and now beautiful Los Angeles, California.
So you are big hits. I mean, how does it feel to be to have made it, and made it saying controversial things, perhaps?
It feels great. It does. It feels great. Sometimes you don't really. People say, "How does it feel to be a hit?" Or "How does it feel to see, have made it?" And you go,
I
don't know
it. I just said it.
It feels, yeah. But I mean, you gotta go. Well, I don't know. What does it feel like? It just sort of feels like you're working. You have to go do a show that night.
What are your lives like aside from this? You're touring around the country.
tour.
What does that give you time to do?
In the
other than-
daytime, we actually don't do a lot. We try and write, material.
Are you
fix
always
material.
Are you always updating scripts?
Yes,
Mhm.
that's definite. I mean, when you do them night after night, you can really feel where you might need to cut something or something needs to be added. And we try and write every day, and then we just sort of be people in the daytime, and we have meetings, business meetings, and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Plus, there's my Kathy.
You sit around and
Kathy
say,
crochets.
what do you want to talk about, Kathy? And she says, I don't know, Mo. What do you want to talk about?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay,
and then we
Kathy
go have
crochets.
some chocolate cake.
Yeah. It sounds like a great life.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
What are your plans for when this run is over? Where do you head from here?
We head to New York City and off Broadway. We'll probably open there by August, and have a long and successful run on off Broadway.
Yeah.
And we're also planning a HBO special, which they'll film the off Broadway show, and then we're going to take over the world. No, we're not. But that's pretty much it.
Do you have any vacations lined up?
We might get like a week or two off before we open on off Broadway. We don't know for sure. I hope so.
What are some skits or some material that you're playing around with now for future developments?
We're going to be writing a piece on women in the 80s and relationships. Women in relationships in the 80s. Contemporary, because that's we go through that all the time with our relationships, and we talk about it all the time. And so we thought, hey, why don't we write something about it? It's kind of hard to get to, though, because you're living it. It's easier to look back and say, oh, remember when I worked in that bar? Let's write a piece about that. But when you're in it and you go, oh, my boyfriend did this, or my lover did that, and I can't stand it. It's hard to like sit down and write about it and then go do it on stage, because they'll watch it and go, hey, wait a minute, that's my life. You know what I mean?
Do you have any plans for politics in the 80s with some elections coming up? Are you going to,
I hate doing topical stuff that's happening like that everybody else is doing right now.
Yeah.
Once we have a new president, then maybe we can, do something on that. But to join everybody else right now and do caucus and Jackson and all that stuff, it just doesn't interest me.
Okay.
I'd rather approach the issues that affect people today that aren't particularly that topical. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Sounds fine. We've been talking this evening with Mo Gaffney, half of the Kathy and Mo show. Kathy's last name is Najimy, and the two of them are going to be off-Broadway. Not even off, just off-Broadway, right?
Just one off.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Very great pleasure to have you here.
Well, it was very great to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to pause for a moment and listen to some music. Music from the ballet Belkis, Queen of Sheba by Ottorino Respighi, played by the Philharmonia Orchestra, conducted by Jeffrey Simon. Thanks to my guests this evening, Michael Malensky, Karen Feynman, and Mo Gaffney, and thanks, as always, to Betty Jo Wright as well. My name's Mary Fain, and I invite you to join me again next Friday evening at 7 for another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. This program was sponsored by AT&T. In long-distance services, information systems, telephones, and computers, AT&T, the right choice. Good evening, and welcome to another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine, a look at the diverse activities of the Los Angeles Music Center. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be back in just a moment with my lineup of guests for the evening,
But first, this word from AT&T, the right choice. Tonight we'll be visiting with soprano Virginia Sublett from the cast of A Midsummer Night's Dream, with the distinguished composer Sir Peter Maxwell Davies, and with Susan Injijikian from the Museum at the Hollywood Bowl. On last week's show, one of our visitors was Jeffrey Gall, who's singing the role of Oberon in Los Angeles Music Center Opera's forthcoming Midsummer Night's Dream. And this evening we have his consort, Queen Titania.
Hello.
Hello. What's it like to be Queen Titania?
Well, it's really an interesting role, and I'm enjoying it very much.
Good. Now I'll tell people who you are, really.
All right, yes.
This is Virginia Sublett, and welcome to KFAC.
Thank you.
This is not your first visit to Los Angeles, I understand. You sang with the opera here a couple of years ago?
Yes, I sang in the opera Alcina with the LA Opera in 1986. I sang the role of Oberto.
Is this your first essay in the Britain opera?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And your first contact with the music, then?
Yes, it is.
Tell us about it. What's your reaction to it?
Well, it's very interesting music. It is 20th century music, but of course Britain's more of a neoclassicist, neo-baroque composer in some sense. He
uses the voice in traditional ways.
He uses the voice in more traditional ways than many 20th century composers do. And in fact, he harks back to earlier English styles of composition and of singing. This opera, for example, has harpsichord in the pit. It's using a very small orchestra, so it's much more like earlier music than its other 20th century counterparts, in a sense.
How about staging and production values? Is this going to look more like a Shakespeare play or more like a 20th century opera?
Well, I would say it's being staged traditionally at this point. I don't really know enough about Shakespeare plays to speak to that particular comment, but it is being staged in an attractive but traditional way.
At some point, Titania falls in love with Bottom, and at that moment, will he in fact be wearing a donkey's head?
Yes, he has a donkey's head and donkey's hooves, and they're really quite beautiful. I think the audience will be charmed.
As the Queen was.
Yes, yes.
Tell us about some of the other work you've done. Are you primarily an opera singer? Or?
No, as a matter of fact, I do about an equal amount of opera and concert work. My primary focus over the last few years has been in the field of Baroque and early music. And I have done a number of concerts with orchestras using original instruments. And but my opera work most recently has been with New York City Opera. Last year I made my debut with them as the Queen of the Night in their new production of The Magic Flute. And I will be returning there for a large part of the year this year in April, because I'll be going with them again as the Queen on their tour of Tampa and the Wolf Trap Festival and Saratoga festivals.
That's exciting.
And I'll be also repeating the role in New York in the fall.
You speak about an interest in earlier music, and I note from your curriculum vitae that you specialize, or that one of your coaches specializes in ornamentation practices of the Baroque.
Yes.
Do you find that fun to do?
Oh, I find that fascinating. That's absolutely where my heart lies. One of the reasons that I was so thrilled to be included in the cast of Alcina is because, of course, it was done with original instruments and was done in a historically informed style.
When you're actually doing a performance, do you in fact improvise on the spot from what you know of Baroque practices?
Yes,
you do.
And well, depending on the group with which you are working, if you're working with a group that is itself familiar with that, and other instrumentalists and singers who are working in the historically informed style and understand ornamentation and so forth, it's a great deal of fun to begin to let the feelings of the moment dictate what you do.
And conductors these days, I imagine, are more sympathetic to that kind of what appears like freedom than they used to be.
Well, I find that they are in general in that repertoire.
Yes.
It's a little more
Right. We're not suggesting
about, well, for example, in the Magic Flute, of course, Mozart was an 18th century composer, and I had some discussions with the conductor, Maestro Commissiona, about some of the ornaments and things that I was putting into the part that we some of which he made me throw out and some of which he let me keep. So.
How about Titania? Are you throwing anything in
No,
there?
no.
That's
Titania is written out like
note for note.
Note for note. It's sort of like a crossword puzzle. Every box is filled in exactly perfectly. You see.
And don't you dare.
Well, Britain is very
Yeah.
specific from note to note and measure to measure what he wants, and that's it's a challenge enough to achieve exactly what he's asking for.
How difficult would you say your role is in Midsummer Night's Dream? Does it require a lot of endurance? Are you on stage a lot?
Oh no, no. As a matter of fact, each set, because of the episodic way in which the piece is written, each set of characters is on and then off and on and off, and they very rarely, if at all, ever come together on the same stage at the same time. So no one actually is having to endure a lot of stage time.
You've sung with other West Coast opera companies, I take it, as well as Los Angeles's?
Yes, I have sung with some smaller opera companies. Riverside Opera, for example, I did sing Rusalka with them in 1985, opera by Dvorak, and then some smaller companies in San Diego, the Pacific Chamber Opera, for example.
Where is your training from primarily?
I received my...
And where are you from primarily?
Well, I live in San Diego now. I have lived in San Diego for the last 8 years, and I'm originally from Kansas City. And
which one?
Kansas City, Kansas, in fact. And I received my bachelor's degree. I received my bachelor's degree of music from Louisiana State in Baton Rouge. And then I was in Spain for some time at La Escuela Superior de Canto. You see, my Spanish is not good. Where I studied with Isabel Penagos, a teacher there. And other than that, my training has sort of been on the job.
How long did it take, in your case, to start making a career where you started to feel that you indeed were heading in the direction you wanted to go?
Actually, I feel that my career has begun to head in the direction in which I wanted to go within the past 3 years. It's prior to that time, I was still performing primarily locally and not getting into the venues that I would like. But in 1986 was really when things started to move in that direction for me. I did a Mozart festival in Monterey, and then I sang here in Los Angeles, and it was during the time that I was in Los Angeles that I received the contract from New York. So after that, then things have begun to move along for me.
What else do you have lined up besides
Well,
in New York?
other than that, my year's pretty full with New York at this point, but other than that, in March I am doing 5 concerts in California. I'm singing the Mahler Fourth with San Diego Symphony, and I'll be doing Elijah with the Redlands Symphony and a Mozart festival in Bakersfield, and also singing at the Costa Mesa Opera House with Pacific Chorale, Poulenc Gloria, and Brahms Requiem.
Do you find any contradiction in the role of opera singer versus the role of concert singer?
No, I don't find that they are exclusive in any way. Some people like to specialize more in opera, and that's strictly what they do. Opera is much more time-consuming. I mean, you will, for example, the rehearsal period that we're having here is a total of 5 or 6 weeks, whereas with a concert, generally it's a week or less that you actually have to be on site for that. But I find no contradiction in it at all, and I enjoy being able to do both.
So at the moment you have no plans to specialize in one versus the other?
No, not really.
Good. It's been very enjoyable talking with you, and I look forward very much to seeing you in the opera.
Thank you very much.
We've been talking with the soprano Virginia Sublette, who will be singing the role of Titania in Benjamin Britten's A Midsummer Night's Dream. And that, of course, is one of the many events in connection with the citywide UK-LA Festival. And all performances of the opera are at the Wiltern Theatre. The opera opens February 16th, a set of 5 performances running through February 21st. Thanks very much for coming down.
Thank you.
We're going to pause for a moment and listen to some music.
Music by Benjamin Britten, written in the summer of 1939 while he was in the United States. Young Apollo, the title of that work, scored for piano solo, string quartet, and string orchestra, his opus 16. Peter Donahoe, the pianist, joined by the string quartet of Felix Koch and Jeremy Ballard, Peter Cole, and Mikhail Kosnovsky, and the City of Birmingham Symphony Orchestra under Simon Rattle. And this music, like a lot of the music we're playing these days on KFAC, in conjunction with the UKLA Festival. I'm Mary Fain, and I'll be back with more guests and more music right after this. Predating the opening of the festival by about a week was the U.S. premiere of a violin concerto by Sir Peter Maxwell Davies. And while Sir Peter was in town, he was kind enough to stop by the studios and chat with us a bit. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
The concerto was written for the people who played it here, Isaac Stern and Andre Previn, but Previn conducted its premiere with Stern with the Royal Philharmonic?
That's right, yes.
When did that take place?
That took place midsummer in 1986, and it took place not in London, as you might expect, but way, way, way up the north of Scotland, in the Orkney Islands where I live. We imported for the St. Magnus Festival, which happens every summer there, the whole of the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra and Stern and Previn for this premiere.
Did they get there by boat?
No, they got there by plane, but the airstrip is too small for jet planes, so they had to come in two planes, and it was all quite a complicated strategic operation. It really was.
I bet it was. The St. Magnus Festival, which takes place every summer in the Orkneys, how long has that been going on?
It's now in its 11th year.
Were you the founder of it?
That's right.
What about the Orkneys so attracted you that you first began the festival there and now live there?
I didn't know the Orkney Islands until 1970, when I went to that part of Scotland because I'd never been there, one bit I really didn't know, for a few days' holiday. And it was one of those strange things which happens once or twice a lifetime. I just got there, felt this was wonderful, marvellous place, magic, and met some very nice people who've become excellent friends, like the poet George Mackay Brown and a few others. And then I went to this particular island of Hoy and saw this most remarkable deserted place with a ruined house and thought, now that is where I want to write my music. And that's it. And this meant a lot of hard work because that place was about a mile away from any road, and you couldn't get a car anywhere near. The terrain is too rough. It had no roof, no windows, sheep muck nearly as high as me, and that all had to be dug out. But with patience and work and help of very good friends, there was a roof put on and the place was made watertight, and that's where I now write my pieces. And that is indeed where I wrote the Fiddle Concerto.
Is it still as quiet there as it was when you first moved in?
Pretty well, yes. There's still no road, but after 9 years living there, there was one huge modern convenience did arrive in the form of electricity. And so it was bye-bye, except for wintertime sometimes when the power lines come down, bye-bye to kerosene lamps and candles.
Are the sheep still around?
Sheep are still there.
But you keep them sort of secluded from the house itself?
Well, there's now a fence round with a garden inside where I grow various vegetables, and that really has made a difference.
So this was a magic happening for you then, the
Yes,
encountering
it was.
of...
Absolute magic, and I don't think many people have the good fortune to be able to live just where they feel they want to do. And being a composer, of course, you can do that because it doesn't really matter. You're not tied to a big city or anything.
Do you spend most of each year there?
I try to spend as much time there as possible, and normally it's about 6 to 8 months.
Tell me about the festival itself. I understand it takes place in an old cathedral on the island.
Yes, the big events take place in St. Magnus Cathedral, which is a cathedral built in the 12th century to the memory of the patron saint of the islands, St. Magnus, who was, if you can imagine such a thing, a Viking pacifist.
Really?
Yes, and that's why he was martyred, really. And I remember conducting a performance of my opera there in the first St. Magnus Festival, the Martyrdom of St. Magnus, based on the story of his life and on the novel of George Mackay Brown about that event. And I was conducting it in the cathedral in front of the pillar in which is concealed St. Magnus's skull.
Oh my.
With the marks of the sword in it where he was hit when he was killed.
Did you feel particularly inspired there?
I felt very frightened, I can tell you.
Let's get back to the violin concerto. This, although you've written many large symphonic works and smaller ones as well prior to the concerto, this is your first essay in the concerto genre.
It is,
the 86. Yes. Why? What took you so long?
I think I didn't have enough confidence to be able to pit a solo instrument with or against an orchestra.
You talk like Johannes Brahms now.
I'd be lucky, but I know what you mean, yes. Yeah. It took me a long time to come to write a symphony, and even longer to try a concerto. And I think what did give me the push was the fact that Isaac Stern took the trouble to listen to performances and discs of my music and said, come on, how about it? And I thought, well, all right, bit reluctant, but then the idea took fire and I wrote it. Now, of course, I can't stop. Since I wrote the fiddle concerto, I've done an oboe concerto and a cello concerto.
Were those written also for specific people?
Yes, I've got a very good working relationship with the Scottish Chamber Orchestra, to which I am, the official title is rather cumbersome, composer stroke conductor. And this means that I do a certain number, probably half a dozen, that's all, concerts with them a year, with some of my own work and with Mozart, Haydn, whatever. I did the Eroica Symphony for the first time at the Edinburgh Festival. That was very exciting.
Oh, exciting, yes.
And I'm writing, can you believe it, concertos for all the principals of the orchestra.
But that's marvelous.
Over a period probably of about 8 to 10 years, I should think.
Your own private Gebrauchsmusikband.
That's right. I feel a bit like Haydn at Esterházy.
Yes, that's fantastic. Is the festival itself a very popular summer event?
It has certainly become so. It has to be a festival for the local people there because travel to and from Orkney is actually quite difficult and often hazardous. That the aeroplane won't go because it's foggy even in midsummer. And sometimes the water is very rough. And it's also remote, so that to get there from Edinburgh and Glasgow costs quite a lot of money.
How long does the festival last?
It's 5 or 6 days.
So people who come there then are there for the festival? I mean, there's no going back and forth.
Oh, no, you're stuck.
You've got a captive audience.
Yes.
Now, when you say it is for the local people, to what extent do you tailor your festival to their what shall I say, their support, their predilections in art, what have you? And it isn't just a music festival.
Oh, no, no, there's drama and art exhibitions, dance, what have you. I don't think it's a matter of making any modifications for the locals. They're pretty canny, and I think it's not insignificant that library lending books are lent more in Orkney than in any other part of the United Kingdom. And there is a very high standard of conversation, I notice, just talking with people. They like to talk and they talk well, a bit like the Irish in that. And there are long, long local cultural traditions, particularly literary and particularly in folk music. And I think people are very curious to go to symphony concerts, quartet concerts or whatever, particularly as there's not all that much opportunity during the year to do so.
Is your work now more affected by folk music, folk traditions, than it was before you moved to Orkney yourself?
Yes, I think just getting to know and appreciating local fiddle music, local folk music, songs. I think this has had an influence, and I can only feel that that's healthy. It gives me a point where I can make the association with that particular place tangible and audible.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the tunes anyway.
Right. Where will you be going from Los Angeles, and what do you have lined up for your immediate future?
Immediately, I'm going back to Edinburgh, and we're making a record there of some of the music that I've written for the orchestra, and also some choral music with children, a record of Scottish music that I've written.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think I go to Zurich to conduct a concert there with Paul Zacher's Chamber Orchestra, and there I'm doing the Prague Symphony, I remember that, and some work of my own. And after that, I can't really remember all that much, except that I know I've got some more conducting dates, and I've got to get a trumpet concerto written fairly quickly for John Wallace in London.
Are you an instrumentalist yourself?
No, I was trained as a pianist, and that was it.
Do you still play piano?
I still play, but hardly in public. Yes, I am actually. I'm going to contribute to this record, play some of my own piano music. I'd forgotten that. I'd better practice.
You better go home and practice, right? Well, you'll be back on the islands in time to prepare for the 1988 festival.
Well, I think by this stage it had better be all prepared.
Yeah, I see. You'll go back and find it prepared.
I hope so.
That's a great luxury. And it's been a luxury for us to talk with you. Sir Peter Maxwell Davies, who was in town for the American premiere last week of his violin concerto with Isaac Stern and the Los Angeles Philharmonic Orchestra under Andre Previn. Thanks very much for coming down and talking to us.
Thank you.
Why don't we stop now and listen to a bit of music? Music from 1974, written by Sir Peter Maxwell Davies. We heard the first two parts of the three-part Dark Angels, scored for soprano and guitar. The Drowning Brothers, the title of the first section. The second, from which the whole work takes its name, Dark Angels, a guitar solo. And the poet of the Drowning Brothers is George Mackay Brown. Soprano Jan de Gattani and guitarist Oscar Gillier in this performance. This is the AT&T Music Center magazine. We have another guest and some more music right after this. Our last guest this evening is Susan Injajikian. Susan is the program coordinator for the Hollywood Bowl Museum, and she's come to talk with us this evening about a rather special exhibit now at the museum of ancient and rare and exotic and rather beautiful instruments. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you.
Tell me about some of these instruments.
Well, the exhibit celebrates the fact that the Hollywood Bowl has always been a place for the music of many cultures, not just American music, not just European music.
Mm-hmm.
And these instruments were loaned to us by the ethnomusicology department of UCLA. And they were, for the most part, collected in the course of field work during the 1950s by the ex-faculty members of the ethnomusicology department. They are from 5 continents, and they are not only very interesting and very beautiful to look at, but there are some which visitors can actually play. We have African communication zebra skin drums, which one may pound on to one's delight. And the centerpiece of the exhibit is the Javanese gamelan ensemble.
How many do you have?
We have one gamelan which consists of about 10 instruments, mostly drums, gongs, and xylophones. And some of our guests have been playing these and creating a sound unlike any ever heard at the Hollywood Bowl.
Is this because of their lack of expertise, or because they're experimenting, or just the way the gamelan is being used in non-gamelan-esque fashion?
Probably the third. The
Yeah.
fact that the guests are new to the instrument and therefore they have no inhibitions about it, and they usually pick up a rhythm very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And they find that it's a wonderful instrument with which to just play around, although it is traditionally a sacred instrument used in religious rites and must be respected. We make an offering of incense to the gamelan each time we play it.
Really?
We never step over a gamelan instrument. We always step around it.
Really?
Yes.
You yourself have played it then?
Yes, I have,
Yeah.
although I'm fairly new to it.
Do you approach it now with the proper reverence?
I do.
Okay. But I imagine with the popularity of this kind of exhibit that there will be sort of restrictions on the time. People just can't walk in and continue to play for as long as they like.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I would recommend that people not wait until this summer on their way into a concert at the Hollywood Bowl to come to the museum. During the off season, the museum is open, and it's much quieter, and there is a lot more freedom to move around and look at everything and experiment with everything.
And I understand that both admission and parking are free during the winter hours.
That's true.
What are some of the other instruments or other artifacts as part of the exhibit?
Well, we have photos and text from programs of past Hollywood programs that are of a multi-ethnic nature. The visit of the Ballet Folklorico de Mexico, the Festival of India featuring Ravi Shankar in 1967, the Russian Festival which Saul Hurok produced in 1959, which was a great sensation. The instruments include the whole range of balalaikas from the USSR. From the Middle East, the kanun, the darabuka drum, and the kemancha stringed instrument. From the Far East, the koto, many wonderful African percussion instruments that are almost too numerous to mention, and a few Native American instruments which harken back to an Indian festival of Indian music which took place at the Hollywood Bowl in 1927, a sort of a gathering of the tribes.
And these instruments are all accessible to visitors?
Not all, I'm afraid. Some.
Some, right. Which instruments cannot be played?
Well, anyone who wants to can play the zebra skin drums. When groups come to see us, organized groups come to see us, we usually transform them into Javanese gamelan ensembles. The rest can be looked at. And one may also go into the listening rooms that we have, put on headphones, and listen to the music of these instruments, as well played in their authentic settings, and also listen to pieces by such composers as Copland, Steve Reich, Stravinsky, Debussy, who were influenced by these non-Western sounds and incorporated them into their own compositions.
You sound as if you're getting a thorough education in whatever the exhibit happens to be.
Yes, I myself was very, very ground in Western musical tradition, and it's been very ear-opening for me to listen to these non-Western sounds and instruments and rhythms.
This exhibit, I understand, opened last November and will continue through November of 1988.
That's right.
Will be at the Hollywood Bowl Museum during Hollywood Bowl season, during the regular summer season.
And we are open right up until concert time on concert nights.
What else is there to do at the museum besides look at the exhibits?
Well, a favorite of our visitors is a 21-minute video presentation on the history of the Hollywood Bowl, how the bowl was founded, and just the tremendous variety of different programs that have taken place at the Hollywood Bowl.
And you update that video from time to time?
From time to time.
Yeah. Because it will eventually include this
yes
ethnic instrumental, right? I understand that this is that the Hollywood Bowl Museum is a rather popular place for school groups to come on field trips arranged by their teachers. How's that coming up this year?
It is a very popular field trip. In fact, I'm happy to say that and unhappy to say that we're booked solid for this school year. Children of every grade level, every geographical area around here, from Lancaster to Long Beach, come to the Hollywood Bowl with their classes. And we walk them through the exhibit in the museum. We give them a walking tour of the Hollywood Bowl itself and familiarize them with the concert ritual.
And with the raccoons?
Yes, we tell them about the little raccoons who live up in the hills. And we also show them the video about the history of the Hollywood Bowl. And for many of these students, it is the first time they have ever visited the Hollywood Bowl.
And probably not the last.
We hope so.
Could you tell me again the hours during the winter for the Hollywood Bowl?
Yes, during the non-concert season, the museum is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m.
And as we said earlier, admission and parking are both free.
Yes.
Right. We've been talking with Susan Injajikian, who's the program coordinator for the Hollywood Bowl Museum. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Mary.
We're going to stop one last time this evening and listen to some music. Our concluding music this evening by Chopin. We heard a group of the 24 Preludes from Chopin's Opus 26, a reissue of a recording made in the mid-50s, 1950s, by Alfred Cortot. Thanks to my guests this evening, Virginia Sublette, Sir Peter Maxwell Davies, and Susan Injajikian. My name is Mary Fain, and I invite you to join me again next Friday evening at 7 o'clock for another edition of the AT&T Music Center magazine. This program was sponsored by AT&T. In long-distance services, information systems, telephones, and computers, AT&T, the right choice.